Go to the county website and you can click on the homepage and go to it.
I am ready whenever.
So basically, if you print it out,
Huh?
that's the
I know, I did.
And, where did that blue folder? Oh, it's over there.
cool.
I think there's like only 4 things for signing.
Yeah,
This-
but since they had submitted their signed, that's why it made sense.
Thank you for,
Well, thank you for updating it for the packet.
it was good practice for me. Now that it's Civic Plus is working. It's great.
Did you have training? Did you do a training with them yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
Just Megan.
Yeah, it might be worth to set up a training in the next quarter or so,
Absolutely.
just from them, but
Absolutely. Totally on my list. Totally.
You should be able to click on the left. It says agendas.
Oh, that's right. We have a new user-friendly
Yes.
website.
Do you want a debrief or?
And then just find the date and you should be good to go.
Right here.
I know.
Yep.
'Cause I wanna
No,
make
so
sure-
I know.
Yeah, but it has to be the way ultimately should.
No, but it's gotta
Oops.
work there's a way for it to,
Okay.
do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I just
And-
don't, I don't have a set, and I'd rather
Unmute.
form, but
Aw.
and then I'll.
good morning, everybody. It is October 21st. This is the regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. The first thing on the agenda is public comment. If you're in the room, just raise your hand and I see you here. So if you would please approach the podium, state your name, roughly where you live, you'll have 3 minutes. If you're on Zoom and you look for your raise hand button, we will get to you next.
Good morning. My name is Ken Neeme. I live in Idaho Springs, just for cemetery. And I rent my house on VRBO and Airbnb. I feel like I'm on Shark Tank. We're trying to get you all on my ideas. But my first concern is, and David, I had been talking about that, where Rentalscape is getting their information as far as their reporting, and does it go to the IRS, which I didn't really have a clear answer on that. But just on the last time that I was up at his office, it showed that January of 25, it was just way off from what Airbnb and Verbo had reported compared to what Rentalscape had reported. And I'm just curious, does it get reported to the IRS? I might have said that, I don't know. And I just feel like it's not accurate. Concern number 2 is when I go over the number of days that I'm allowed by the county, which this year was 120. So for example, I have 84 days rented and somebody wants to rent for 2 weeks, I'll be penalized if I don't accept their reservation, because I would go over 90, which will be allowed in 2026, 90 days versus 120 for 2025. So if I have 5 days left, am I going to get penalized if I accept that? So then I can't go to like 6 days over and you guys go, well, that was your last guy. We see you're trying, blah, 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 whatever. So I guess the follow-up concern to number 2, by stating that if I accept the 2-week rental, I go over the maximum number of days, and it's the last renter for the year, which you guys look at it and go, okay, we understand you tried, you went over, that's fine. We're not going to penalize you. Because I just obligated myself to more days than I was allotted. By no fault of my own, or do I have to stop at 82 days and go, well, I guess I can't even hit the 90 because I went over by 6 or whatever. And I also understand the counties want to prevent people from buying a property or a home and then just strictly renting it as a rental property, even though they don't live here. Hence, that's why the county has decided to limit the number of days. And I get that I'm allowed to rent my home even though I live here full time. So in an effort to discern if I actually live here or purchased a house or just for rental income, you could require, in addition to the license, which is now $2,000 a year. And maybe y'all have discussed this already, that you could require homeowners to show proof of voter registration or car registration.
You have hit your 3 minutes. It's not a hard stop, but if you could wrap it up.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of ways you could show people are actually living here. All right, I'll just finish. I would also like to make note of the fact that I am currently hovering around the allowed maximum. So by limiting my days to 90 per year and 26, my income will essentially be cut 25 to 35%. This is a huge problem for me, paying my bills and trying to enjoy life on Social Security is my only other income. That being said, there are still 2 months left, which I could rent my home, but I can't now because I'm over. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone on Zoom?
No, most people on Zoom are our staff.
Okay, I'm gonna close public comment. Next thing is communications update. Megan.
All right. And it sounds people can see me. All right, hello, my friends. Short one today. A friendly reminder, on November 5th in this room, we will have our CCEMS blood drive. We probably do this twice a year and we have a pretty good turnout every time. Like I said, that is November 5th. It starts at 10 a.m. It goes till 2:30 in this room. You can just, you can schedule it on Invite Talent's website, or I also made a Facebook event and it's also online on our calendar and you can sign up there, or you can just walk in, but I would recommend making an appointment. That way you can know when you can show up and donate blood and get out of here. Also, speaking of Clear Creek EMS, I would like to highlight some really good work they've been doing. They've been doing a lot of trainings. And then recently over the weekend, they had a crazy rescue. I'm just going to read what we posted on Facebook about it, but it was on Saturday. Clear Creek EMS, the Fire Authority, Alpine Rescue were called to a backcountry rescue for a climber on Citadel Peak, and this climber had sustained injuries from a fall at around 13,000 feet. The teams were dispatched along with our search and rescue paramedic via helicopter, and they had assistance from Flight for Life Colorado. That patient was then hoisted by the Colorado National Guard because the terrain was super technical, and then intercepted with Flight for Life and then transferred to the hospital. So a lot of partnership going on there, a lot of good work, but just wanted to highlight some of the work they're doing because rescue at 13,000 feet is not exactly easy. So just wanted to shout out to the Clear Creek EMS. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions for Megan? Okay, County Commissioner updates. Who would like to begin?
Go for it, Jody.
I can go first. I attended the Dr. Cog meeting last Wednesday. I'm the alternate when Rebecca's not available, and Rebecca was busy that day. So we talked a lot about transit, which was like the fast tracks, a lot of stuff that doesn't pertain to us. The one that I was more interested in was the mountain rail that's going to go to Craig, the Steamboat area. I think that's going to be interesting to see how many people that draws up north and off of I-70. I don't know how much I think it's kind of an experiment that they're doing. The one thing that disturbed me about the aging update is they're noticing a problem with more people being kind of registered in nursing homes, assisted living, that are coming from jails. I'm not saying it's from our jail, but they're being purged off of, say, county or municipality jails and put into nursing homes that have mental issues. The crime has went up, and it's becoming unsafe for the actual, they called it normal aging community. And then also some of the homeless community is being placed in these places, and it's an uptick that they've noticed this last year that's becoming a problem. So I thought that was kind of sad, and both ways. And then I have been taking a lot of complaints about the STRs and stuff, which we're going to be discussing this a little bit later. And then I have an update that VLD road, the bridge work, I think is going pretty good. We have had an uptick in our neighborhood. We had a couple people that have been running the stoplight, which I ask people to not do that because it's a one-way once you get past that. But other than that, it's gone pretty good. So That's it. That's all I have.
Thank you.
I did miss the DRCOG meeting because I was at the Emerge meeting, which is a group on the east end of the county. They have a public meeting every 6 months. We usually get about 75 people attending. They had speakers from the sheriff, from fire, EMS, and myself. I gave them an update on county matters, and then they concluded the meeting with a presentation on pine beetles, which of course is sweeping across our county. Let's see. Colton and I went to the I-70 Coalition meeting in Keystone, and Colton gave a great presentation about Clear Creek County issues that are different from our bordering counties like Summit or Jeffco, Gilpin Park. And it was very well received. We both had a lot of questions afterwards and had a good discussion. And I think people, at least in that group, were a little more aware of our concerns when we fight against having CDOT take over any more of our limited land along the I-70 corridor. Let's see, we all went to the Mountain Area Land Trust meeting and learned more about their donations to help preserve critical lands in Jefferson County, Clear Creek County, and I forgot the other counties, but they do good work, and they definitely support Clear Creek. We've had special BOCC meetings regarding staff and had several interviews for the county manager. We've been invited to attend the leadership team meetings now. We never were able to do that before, and we just sit quietly in the audience, but find out more about how the county is working. And that's been helpful, I think, for the smooth running of the county. And I went to Breckenridge last week to attend the Department of Local Affairs meeting. It was an 8-hour meeting where they discussed all the various opportunities for small communities. It was focusing on small communities. And I am bringing that back to staff here to follow up on to further help the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you come across anything that was real exciting in the Dole meeting?
Just that they still have some money. You know, everybody talks about, all the federal grants with the caveat that they might not get them, but DOLA still has money. So I haven't had a chance to sit down with Colton yet about that, but I will.
Okay, great. Some things from me, trying to kind of try to use this time to make sure that you both have awareness of all the various things I'm up to out there and what's coming up on the horizon. The ECC selection, we discussed this last time. I just want you to know that
Do you want to spell that out for the public?
the Early Childhood Council selection process that's happening between Gilpin, Clear Creek, and Jeffco, thank you, is proceeding. The RFA is live. You all are welcome to share that with anybody that you think may be interested to apply. Actually, I don't think that I forwarded it to you, so I will do that.
Thank you.
We've been talking about communication protocols. We spent some time in our report about retreat, talking about communication protocols. I finally got to giving that kind of a deep dive. And I would like for the board to be able to discuss them further in a future agenda. So that's just a heads up. I don't know if you all looked at those carefully or had comments. I'm not trying to discuss it now. I just want to give you a heads up that I'm trying to sort of bring it back up onto into the agenda process. On the rec services tax, I continue to have conversations with legislators about it, try to figure out how this fits into the excise tax concept, whether it does, whether it's a plan B. Quickly on the excise tax, I had reported to you all that it made it as a CCI priority. CCI audits those votes and discovered in their audit of those votes that it actually did not have enough votes to be a priority. So the excise tax is not a CCI priority. Could speculate about whether that is good or bad for the concept. But I know that its proponents intend to move forward. Also at CCI, they held a meeting about with CDEC, Colorado Department of Human Services, about what's happening with SNAP. What's happening with SNAP is if the federal government doesn't reopen soon, or if we don't get some kind of a continuing resolution of that portion of federal funding, like very soon, SNAP payments will not be made in November. And it's a very big deal. Counties administer SNAP. Our staff is going to be getting a lot of phone calls about people who rely on this to not be hungry. And I know we received an email from Sarah Casano about what she plans to do. So I know you're aware of this, but I wanted to make sure that the public is. It is a big deal, and Clear Creek is going to do what it can to try to help people fed during this time. And what Clear Creek can is not much. Food distribution systems are massive logistical undertakings, and you don't turn replacements for a program like SNAP off and on. The federal government just has to figure out how to provide services in a sustainable way. The message from the state was, we can't do this, and they're probably right. Nobody can just like turn a program on like that. The other part of the message from the state was, well, counties, think really carefully about what you can do. And the response from the room was largely, I mean, we also can't turn on that kind of a logistically intensive program. We certainly can't. Anyway, so I just wanted to share that that's happening with SNAP.
It would be a good time that people could donate to the food banks.
I was thinking the very same thing. Loaves and Fishes is here in Idaho Springs, and there's the Rocky Mountain Food Bank down the hill.
We also have a food bank at Public Health too.
Oh, very good.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yep.
George, there was something that people, that it was asked that, if the county was to have the money, they could put on the SNAP cards. But that may not be a good idea, because if those SNAP cards get turned off, it's not like the county could even put money on those if we had the money, because the money could be sitting on those cards and the federal government can shut those cards down.
Yeah,
That would be a huge issue.
there's no clean solution here, other than for Congress to negotiate in good faith to reopen the government. And so we can hope that happens. We can communicate with our delegation, for what it's worth. I think the people that represent us in Congress, Joe Neguse and Senator Hickenlooper and Senator Bennett, are doing so. And I want to, just the last thing I'll say is that it may come up in a CCI meeting that CCI should send a letter asking that Congress pass what they call a clean continuing resolution. I will not support that ask. What is being asked for is not unreasonable, that the federal government reverse its decision to basically blow up our health insurance market. And so just so you all know, like I won't support asking our representatives to pass a clean continuing resolution.
Well, what's a clean continuing resolution?
A clean continuing resolution basically means keep doing everything the way that you were doing it yesterday, and we're just going to keep funding what's happening at the federal level right now, right? But that's continuing to support what happened under HR1. And what happened under HR1, the quote unquote big beautiful bill, is that maybe of most immediate impact is that the subsidies on the individual marketplace for
Healthcare.
health insurance are being eliminated. And people are going to see health insurance premium increases in the range of 40%. So it's just unacceptable. And so that's why I support our representatives try to do something about that. And it's a negotiation that they need to have in good faith. So I'll leave that there. I want you to know, I also had a conversation with Representative Leslie Smith. She's working on several ideas that might be of interest to us. I encouraged her to think very carefully about any new asks of county governments in a time that's very difficult. And in even delaying the asks of county governments that have already been made, as well as, and this is on brand for us, helping us have better ways to generate revenue to meet our current mandates. I did tell you 2 weeks ago that I was going to get you a draft letter on that topic. I have not yet, and so my apologies. I am going to try to get that done for our November meeting. There's a staffing analysis, I believe it's in our packet, that was conducted. It's one of our goals, a high-level staffing analysis. I just want you two to know, I looked through that with a fine-tooth comb. I thought it was a really, really excellent document. And I have so much gratitude to Colton and everybody that answered all of his questions in putting that together. I sent him pretty detailed feedback. And I did that with the goal, not that this is urgent, but with the goal that we really polish that document, because I think as a communication tool to people trying to understand what Clear Creek has been up to over the last 10 years or so, I haven't seen anything that approaches it in effectiveness. Just a quick reminder that the opioid abatement conference is coming up. It is on the 20th. Jody, I think it's on your calendar.
Yes.
Oh, did I say the 20th? It's the 21st. It is on the 27th. You're the alternate to the GROC, and Rebecca, this is not an uninvite of you. You are also more than welcome to attend. The GROC did sponsor the conference, and so I'll have a little speaking slot there, but there's
nice.
a lot to learn
Thank you.
about a complicated topic. So
George, that's October 27th.
October 27th.
Oh, maybe end of November. Okay.
And just a quick on the Clear Creek Fire Authority maps, we discussed this 2 weeks ago in my commissioner update. I have not heard from any of the municipalities after sharing it with them that they don't want us to move forward with appointing based on that new map to the unincorporated voices to the Fire Authority District. I raised it to the Fire Authority Board. I did not hear any concern. I have not heard any concern from Fire Authority staff. And so I think we have the clear to move forward and make those appointments. I want to shout out Matt Taylor for quickly turning around a much better map. Him and his team do really great work.
Just so you know, I have 3 meetings on the 27th, so I won't be able to go to the GROC opioid abatement council meeting.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the statewide opioid abatement conference, but yes, understood. So, lastly, this is just for the public, there's a series of events called Dude Talk being put on by, it comes out of the Behavioral Health Alliance that our Public Health and Human Services and a bunch of other organizations participate in. The first one was pretty good. It's low key, I mean, we're not going there to cry with each other. We're just going there to connect. and I really enjoyed it. And I encourage any dude to come and talk and, build some friendships. Lastly, forest improvement districts. I am working to try to get us to think really seriously about a forest improvement district that levies a sales tax from the divide to the eastern edge of Westminster. That's a tax base that could actually get some work done. So I'm just continuing to talk to our partners within that region. And we've identified some things that probably need to happen in legislation to make that easier. Just changing the way that those work in statute. So that's just a quick update on that. And that's all for me. Sorry for the long-winded one.
Good, thank you.
County manager updates.
Just short one for me. You guys got the revised budget on the the proposed budget on the 15th. We're gonna have a series of 4 meetings, 4 workshops. This is in addition to the public hearing and the actual adoption of the budget. The first one will be on CIP, capital improvement projects and revenue. And right now we are tentatively scheduling that for the 28th. If that works for the board, I believe we're all free. What the goal here, just as a reminder, to the public and, is that we're gonna start really working through publicly, all of the asks versus our baseline needs to operate. And our baselines needs to operate are extremely lean. They are not efficient and they are, in some cases, I think fundamentally flawed, but that's the starting point of the minimum. And then we will move forward on what the requests are. You'll hear from the divisions directly. Through all those conversations, and then we will have a final wrap-up workshop where we fine-tune the budget before adoption, and all of that will happen in front of the board. So we're really excited about seeing how that goes. This is the first time we've ever done that. So big thanks to Rachel for kind of changing our perspective on how best to handle some of these conversations. And we'll fine tune the process as we go, because if given our first time, I think there are probably some things that we can improve on for next time, but this is a pretty radical shift for us. But I think these are conversations we need to have as we continue to kind of find our financial stability point. Rachel, do you have anything to add, or can I ask her to add something?
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Did you have anything to add to that?
No, I look forward to this process, and as you know, I really enjoyed the opportunity to engage doing these conversations and provide more clarity for the operations to share to you what their experience is like and how expenses and budgeting have been just kind of disconnected. So it's going to be really helpful. I think in the long run, it's a good interim space to finding what is the best budgeting method for the county. Thanks.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, one other thing popped into my head. I know we've had people communicate around Blue Valley and traffic issues up there. I want to thank staff for getting a pretty comprehensive report on what they've been up to.
Yeah, that was good.
And for your awareness, I suggested to Colton that we have a work session on that road, if not that issue, sometime in Q1.
Yeah, to follow up on that, I think that's a great idea. I would encourage us to talk about all of them. As much as Little Bear is a very chronic problem, we have a lot of roads that have the same situation where they're used as bypass roads on GPS on 70, including roads that dead end.
Right, and
This is not
dirt
a-
roads and
Yeah, this
truckers
is
will
not
go on them.
a isolated incident. I think Little Bear is, I don't want to say the biggest problem, but is definitely one of the more extreme issues. And exploring realistically what our options are, as far as, and it might involve legislation action. So, I look forward to that discussion. I think it's very needed because we do know it's a very chronic problem in the community, and we need to figure out how to strategize a real long-term solution and not try to figure out stopgaps for some of this stuff. Because in addition to the quality of life issues, the load on our infrastructure, our very poor and primitive infrastructure is really, really, really damaging too. As we're trying to work towards long-term financial stability, I think it's something that we really need to take seriously. We, in addition to follow up on what, Megan's update, I wanted to thank EMS for that rescue off Citadel. It's one of the things that we do great. We have one of the best, if not the best EMS, agency in the state. And this exemplifies why they are so good. If you've ever hiked Citadel Peak, if you don't go up from Herman Gulch through the lake, it is class 3, class 4 mountain. And this kind of exemplifies the issues that are a little bit unique to us. We do not have easy peaks. We have very brutal mountains. We are sitting on the divide. So I would encourage people, public or locals, to remember that just because we're close to Denver does not mean we're easy.
Right.
We have seen a exponential growth this year in these kind of rescues. Partially, I believe it's because Blue Sky's been closed. So we hope that reopens next year to bleed off some of that pressure. But we are also going to work, hopefully with NOCO and some other groups, on making sure that people are better educated. Because the reality is, if we don't, this is becoming an unsustainable problem for us. And with the work of the new public lands manager, this is going to be one of our highest priorities to try to mitigate some of this stuff.
With signage or?
Anything we can think of with all the partners we can find, because we do provide great recreational value for the Front Range. Again, we are probably the #1 destination for a non-true Front Range county for recreation. And we have a 9,000 person tax base. Right. So we need to spend a lot of work on not managing the land so much as the people. And I think that's going to be a little bit of a shift for us, but we're going to start making a really correlated effort, and we'll get that stuff to the board once that person gets on and gets their minds around it, about how to better manage the people, not so much. We are very good at managing the land. We need to do a better job of managing people and people's behavior. Because it essentially turns into an unfunded mandate for us when stuff like this happens. So.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? All right, next we have, we're going to talk about Beth. We're going to do a resolution in appreciation of Beth Luther, the assistant to the county manager, operations director, therapist, county encyclopedia, cheerleader, jack of all trades, poet, and friend, for over 27 years of meritorious service to Clear Creek County, Colorado. So, Jody, you look like you are prepared to read this.
Do I look like that?
You do.
I
It's
can
because
read
it's
it.
sitting in front of you.
I'm happy to if you don't want to, but.
I can read it, yeah. Whereas Beth Luther has served the community of Clear Creek County in numerous capacities for nearly 3 decades, and the Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners desires to publicly recognize Beth's dedication to the current and past county constituents. And whereas Beth's impact extends far beyond the scope of any single job description, encompassing a remarkable breadth of initiatives and steadfast commitment to improving the lives of Clear Creek County residents, and the Clear Creek County Commissioners' desire to recognize Beth for not only doing her job, but that of multiple others for the last 30 years. And whereas Beth and the multiple initiatives near and dear to her heart, and use this desire to make Clear Creek a better place by heading up the Peak to Peak Broadband Regional Broadband Group to bring reliable internet to our rural residents. And whereas Beth was the brainchild of the Clear Creek Roundabout, the county's free public transportation services, allowing residents and visitors to travel around the county, connecting to the east end to the west end, and giving people no other transportation means a way to get to the grocery store, appointments, and more. And whereas, as a liaison, for dozens of county commissioners over the years, Beth was able to quickly craft, amend, and understand agendas, and she was somehow able to turn everyone's ideas and wants into legible and understandable items ready to be voted upon and discussed by the board. And whereas Beth was the director and creator of the Slacker Half Marathon, a yearly half marathon relay race with thousands of runners benefiting Friends of Charlie's Place, Mount Evans Hospice, and the Clear Creek Metro Recreational District Youth Scholarship Fund. And whereas Beth was able to secure millions of dollars in grant funding, making it possible for Clear Creek County to continue to operate certain services, do certain projects, and further its reach to as many residents as possible. And whereas Beth was at the forefront of AI implementation in Clear Creek County, often using it to save time and money for the county, even referring to the software as her AI boyfriend. Because she talked to it she talked to it so much. And whereas the county is grateful and impressed with Beth's ability to know who and to talk to for questions and probably had their number memorized. And whereas if there was a task that no one knew who would go to, the first hand raised to volunteer to take it was Beth. And whereas Beth, to the trove of information, was always available to answer questions about anything Clear Creek County, from roads to past resolutions to what food was in her office for the hungry commissioners. And whereas Beth had a way of words, often writing resolutions as cheeky poems that perfectly encapsulated staff and made them feel appreciated and loved for their work at the county, and we can only hope this one measures up. Whereas Beth always remained kind and eager to help with departments and projects, even if she wasn't overseeing them. And whereas Beth had a revolving door of visitors coming through her office just because residents wanted to talk to her and soak up her sunny presence. And whereas Beth was the unofficial mayor of Georgetown, as she knew everyone, their parents, their kids, their dog, and their cousin's best friend from 20 years ago. And whereas through Beth's passion for the love of the community, she was able to serve on several volunteer boards, such as the Board of Directors for CCMRD, along with Georgetown Parks and Recreation. And whereas Beth was the helper for all, whether it was offering rides home to coworkers, volunteering for parades, or advocating for the Clear Creek Library District and Charlie's Place Animal Shelter, she even adopted a few pups from them over the years. And whereas Beth was always rooting for others and working behind the scenes, but never expected anything in return. And although she sat with the commissioners and leadership for years at board meetings, she never made herself a well-deserved nameplate. And whereas this resolution doesn't even come close to scratching the surface of everything Beth did and all the lives she impacted. And whereas if all this was not enough, Beth went above and beyond all levels of loyalty, care, intelligence, and empathy. And whereas Beth had the ability to make everyone feel seen and heard. And whereas Beth is already so missed in Clear Creek County. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Clear Creek Board of County Commissioners adopt this resolution of appreciation for meritorious service performed by Beth Luther. And be it further resolved that the original copy of the resolution to be presented to Beth and that this resolution become a part of the permanent record for Clear Creek County. And be it even further resolved, the county wishes you the best in the future in your endeavors, and you will be truly missed. Adopted this 21st day of October 2025 at a regularly scheduled meeting of the Clear Creek County Board of Commissioners.
Thank you. At this point, I think I will open it up for comments from anyone in the room that wishes to say anything about that while we're here talking about her on the record. I will share that I normally go out of my way to invite people to attend these, and I did not this time. That is on me. So
Well, I was just gonna say that when my husband was commissioner, he would come home and rave about Beth Luther. And I was really looking forward to working with her. And I was sorry when she resigned and moved out of state.
I wrote the resolution, so I meant every word that I said about that, but also Beth was a great friend. And I suffered 2 losses here in the past 3 years, and when I found out at work, the first person I went into was Beth's office, and she was up to here on me, and just hugging her just was the best, and just her making me feel better. And she was a great person. I miss her. I miss her a lot. So I hope that makes her feel good. Beth, love her.
Having presented at the Board of County Commissioners a few times, I will say, as I come to the table right here, to sit right here, present to this group and have Beth right across from me was always great because she always just radiated support. It was great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to say, when I decided to run, Beth was one of the people that I had talked to and, just kind of asked her questions, and I knew that she was a person that we could lean on. She had so much information, and, I grew up here and, I did not have the information that she had. She's like memorized everybody's lives and knew every program that had been implemented in like the last 30 years. So I was looking forward to working with Beth and gaining some of that knowledge too, but I hope she's doing well. And, sometimes when one door closes, another one opens, and yeah, wish her the best.
I would just like to say as Beth's official replacement, I've heard nothing but just truly amazing and wonderful things about Beth. And Beth, if you're listening, my middle name is Beth. so, I can fulfill just even a quarter of the duties and the care that you had for the employees here at Clear Creek County. And I look forward to learning more about your tenure here at Clear Creek.
I guess I've been thinking about all morning about what to say. And I think the thing that it was unique to Beth is like the sustainability of her motivation and her attitude. She 27 years to care as much and be as available as you all saw in year 27 as she did in year 1 is no small task. I cannot think of another person that has been doing in the same position. I guess she wasn't in the same position, but even in the same organization for 27 years and brings the depth of concern for the people in that organization and the work of that organization that Beth did. She is a lifelong learner. She is as interested in trying to understand how to run a meeting or have interactions go well or some policy nuance in year 27 as she was in year 20 when I started working with her. And she kind of she did this in an environment that wasn't like I don't think excelled at engendering this in people. I don't know that this has always been the kind of workplace that teaches people how to be like that. And so I think there's an extra layer of gratitude when someone shows up like that of their own accord, when it's not asked for, trained, or incentivized. And so I have a lot of appreciation for Beth as I think one of the real shining stars of the last almost 30 years of the public work of this government.
You ready for a motion? Or do we have any more comments or?
I think so. Yeah.
I would like to make a motion for the approval of resolution 25-72.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Motion passes. Beth, we appreciate you. Let's take should we call it a 5-minute break? Let's call it a 7-minute break. We will reconvene at 9:30.
Before the break, can we potentially move up one of the items before JD gets here? Maybe short-term rentals.
Yeah.
Just because I believe we've got people in the audience wanting to listen to that.
Yep. Okay. Colleagues, let's move things around on this.
So showing that we're doing item number 6 next.
Yeah, let's talk about the resident verification process for short-term rental licenses. We have here David Danielson actually for the next two. And Colton. Really believes in solidarity.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
As you all know, last year in December, we adopted short-term rental ordinance 19, which set out the rules and regulations for rentals of dwelling units for less than 30 days consecutive. Part of that ordinance outlines that the Planning and Building Services Department will be designated the review authority, and as such has the ability to create reasonable administrative rules and procedures for the administration of the short-term rental regulations. In the past 10 months of administering the short-term rental ordinance and short-term rental program, we have two areas where we feel that expanded rules and procedures will assist staff in effectively administering the short-term rental regulations. One is a residency verification procedure. This procedure is to assist in the residency verification that is already established within the ordinance, where we collect driver's licenses, voter registrations, vehicle registrations, among other processes. What happens is we'll get a reported concern where an individual may or may not be residing at the property where they've established their residency. So this procedure will outline some rules and regulations, or some rules for us to follow to verify residency after the fact. So as part of that, we will receive a reported concern from an individual who has brought a property into question. The reported concern needs to be provided with 3 items. One item is the address of the property in question, the basis for the concern, and the reporting person's contact information. Upon receiving that reported concern, within 10 days, we will notify the property owner of the short-term rental primary residence, let them know that their property has been brought into question, and that we'll be requesting additional documentation from them to verify residency. That residency verification is going to be debit card or credit card statements, which show purchases have been made on a consistent basis within Clear Creek County. So we'll look for gas stations, grocery stores, things that demonstrate that you're living here in Clear Creek County. We will be hopefully not seeing transactions that are in Florida or South Carolina, things like this that would demonstrate that you're not living here in Clear Creek County. After review and receiving all of these documents, the review authority, the Planning and Building Services Department, will come to a determination whether or not those individuals are indeed residences of Clear Creek County. At that time, we will make a determination whether their primary residence license type would be revoked or denied. They would still have the ability to appeal any decisions made by the Planning and Building Services Department at that time through traditional appeal processes. The other, go ahead.
A point of clarification on, it's not necessarily Clear Creek County, but it's local consumption, right? Because we do have people on the east side of the county who might use the King Soopers in Evergreen. Right. But it's something that a reasonable person could establish is that person who lives here is consuming here, right? Because the intent of the board in this case was that this residency, verification process is really critical for a couple of reasons. One is that when the board created this residency exemption that doesn't require a standard license, it's on the idea that we're trying to keep people who live here in their homes, right? This is a very expensive county with very low paying jobs. And we want to make sure that people who live here have all the options to stay in their homes. But the intent is that's for residents. We have 1,000-to-1 ratio of residents to visitors. Bring a resident here is a trust. You're part of a very special community that can tough it out here. And we don't want anyone else taking advantage of these flexibilities we have given to the residents who don't live here, right? The second reason that is the reason that your assessment rate on your home is 6.7% and not 25, like vacant land, is because you are here doing other things, working, paying sales tax, right? Giving back to your community through volunteering, through, lots of other things. And so if you don't live here, you're paying the assessment rate of someone who does live here, and you are not giving back through other means to the community, which is why that lower assessment rate exists for residents, right? So this is about making sure that these concessions that have been made by the state and the county to people who are part of our community are protected and not being exploited by people who are using this as basically a hotel. Because on paper, you can live anywhere, right? But the intent is that you're part of this community. And if we need to see proof, if it's called into question, that your physical body is here, right? Not you're owning this on paper.
Okay,
Sorry.
you're good. So then the second item that we have would be a set of rules regarding the prohibitions, denials, and revocations. Within our ordinance, we did not establish a duration for those. That was a little bit of an oversight. So as part of that, we're going to set duration for denials and revocations of 1 year. After a period of 1 year, if not adhering to the short-term rental ordinance for one reason or another, during your application process or during your holding your license, which results in a denial or revocation, would set out 1 year, and at which time you would be able to apply again. That standard license type, we're not going to reserve that license for them at that period of time. They would have to apply again back on the wait list. So that 1 year duration could be indefinite. It depends on what the wait list status is and how often licenses are turning over. So even though you have that 1 year revocation period, it may end up being a little bit longer. Those licenses would be given to waitlist applicants. These prohibitions, denials, and revocations have been expanded a little bit beyond license holders within this set of rules to responsible agents as well. We know of some responsible agents who are helping support non-licensed short-term rental properties. So those individuals would be accountable to the ordinance, and if they were not being accountable to the ordinance, we could then disallow them as responsible agents at other legitimately licensed properties. Then for non-licensed violators, the review authority would be in contact with them through our standard code enforcement procedures. When those come to light, we would notify them of their non-compliance, seek compliance voluntarily, and if at any point that they did not gain compliance voluntarily, we ended up proceeding legally and having fines assessed to those property owners. Those individuals would be prohibited from obtaining a short-term rental license ever. So at that point in time, they would just be disallowed and excluded from the short-term rental license. So we believe the addition of the residency verification procedure, the prohibition, denial, and revocation rules strengthen the intent of the short-term rental ordinance. These additions promote fairness and consistency in enforcement without negatively impacting the remainder of the short-term rental program. So this presentation was to inform the board of some administrative rules that we have applied. Our intention is to apply these rules from this point going forward, not to apply these rules retroactively. That is not our preference with rules and regulations and procedures. And then we open it to, or ask the board to comment on these rules and regulations and make any suggestions where they might like to.
Thank you, colleagues. Let's start with questions, make sure we understand.
I have a question. How many short-term rental homes can be licensed by the same person?
So technically, standard licenses, as many as they have access to licenses for. Primary residence license types, 1.
Makes sense.
Right.
So somebody from Texas could have 5 homes and get short-term rental licenses for all 5?
Potentially, yes.
If it's the
If
standard
it's the standard
license,
license type.
which we limit.
Okay.
Those are limited to 4.5% of all dwellings within Clear Creek County.
Right.
Currently, that's about 162 standard license types available.
And one person could hold all of them?
We have no limitations on the ordinance on that currently.
I've heard from other counties that have gone down this route of trying to figure out how many STRs a person owns. I'm curious, staff, have we gone down that path? What I've understand is there's a lot of complexity around trying to figure out how many properties a person may own when you think about all the different LLC ownership trains. And any comment on that?
For me.
Okay.
I personally have, it's really, really difficult because of the existence of LLCs. In these, limited taxable companies, a single person can own unlimited amounts of them. And there's not really any way to find out what that is. That's really easy. Especially with ones that are people who are more savvy with that kind of stuff. That's a problem all the way to the federal level with taxing people. So no, it's difficult to know how many individuals. So instead of trying to solve the root problem, we treat standard license as a waitlisted thing, and we're kind of agnostic about who owns them because no one in the county would own them, right? That's strictly anyway. That's strictly an investment vehicle. So instead of trying to create equity within this investment vehicle, we are just basically worried about making sure that our residents have access to equitable rules and that the investment vehicle STRs are just correctly regulated to the amount that we wish to do it.
Okay. And so of the 4.5% of STRs, that is for standard.
That's for standard license. There's no cap on residential.
Oh,
But the requirement is that you actually live here,
right.
right? So that flexibility that we give our residents, we do not want passed on to people that don't live here because then it violates the difficulty of getting a standard license.
Mhm.
I mean, we've had people who have been denied standard license who are magically residents within a week, right? And that's where a lot of this is coming from, that we feel like some of these rules are being exploited
Mhm.
and for the people that they aren't intended for.
Right.
So that's why we're adding this next level of review that's going to be complaint based because we don't have the staff to do it proactively.
Mhm.
But we do know we have a very active community people who know who's in their neighborhood, right? And who isn't there. And we want to make sure that we are treating both the standard license holders fairly, who got on a wait list and did everything they had to do and paid all them fees, and that's being respected, as well as that the residency requirements are being protected. Additionally, part of some of the controls that we have on the residency side, I think if we can really prove that this works and we can show results as far as like getting these potentially bad actors who are falsifying residency documents off of our books, then we could potentially even provide our residents with even more freedom, right? Part of the reason there's restrictions on some of the residency stuff is because of this concern that we can't figure out if you live here or not.
So how does the clerk determine whether or not a voter registration is valid?
I don't feel comfortable speaking for the clerk, but
They verify that through state databases as well as just the affirmation. When people actually register, they actually sign an affirmation that is their address. It's, that's when occasionally somebody would put false information, that ends up being a criminal matter.
Right.
If we would like to know the numbers of how many people own multiple units and we have a renewal every year, could we just ask that question and be very specific if you're part of another LLC or are you tied to any other STRs?
We do have the ability, we can inquire that of them, but that would really be,
If it's even worth it?
it'd be self-reported because of the existence of LLCs, corporations and other things. It'd be pretty easy to track if the STR licenses were held in that individual's name. We could just track the email address through the short-term rental records and understand how many short-term rental licenses they currently held.
I was up at St. Mary's for one of their summer events, and a realtor was bragging that she owned 5 short-term rentals up there. And I was thinking, there aren't that many houses up there, so it's a significant portion.
Up at St. Mary's?
Yeah.
So there, that is one of the hot spots. If you go to our STR dashboard where we have a group of short-term rentals, the percentage there up at St. Mary's is about 20% of the households versus the remainder of the county being at 4.5%. Because we did not technically put limitations by group, we started to address some of those consolidation issues with the short-term rental residences. We started doing the abounding property restriction to where if your neighbor's property is a standard short-term rental license type, you would not have access to a short-term rental license type because you're part of one of the abounding properties. We had previously worked through a distance restriction, which with our unique geography here in Clear County, and the different types of parcels we have, that could potentially be a quarter of a mile or maybe 10 minutes by road traveled around to the other parcel, depending on what side of the mountain they're on and different things like that. So that's where we chose to go with the abounding property method to kind of disperse some of those short-term rentals.
Thank you.
Well,
I like this, and I wanted to say thank you too. In my neighborhood, we had some illegal STRs, and since all this has been implemented, those houses are for sale now. Because somebody just bought them, flipped them, and turned them into STRs. So.
yes, the enforcement aspect of this is probably one of the most difficult parts of running the short-term rental program. It is not without its challenges, and it is occupying a lot of staff time. That's where the drive behind these additional rules and procedures is really coming from, to help add efficiencies for staff and to make enforcement more effective.
I have sort of a handful of comments. I don't think, actually, one of these, you already answered the question about retroactive or moving forward. This is, I support rules that are clear and consequences that are clear. And I think it's easy enough to try to cheat, and it's historically been easy enough to disregard our rules, and in doing so, our community, that I support rules as strict as this. I mean, just so that we all know what we're talking about. Everybody knows what we're talking about. I know you all do. I don't mean to say that. We're talking about if you violate our rules and we say, hey, we've noticed you're violating our rules and you do not comply with our ask that you get into compliance, you will forever be prohibited from getting a short-term rental license. I don't know that I've ever seen something like that. And so I just want to ask, like, what is the communication plan? Because I do think, like, and I support it, but it's fairly severe. So what's our communication plan?
So our communication plan for these will to be send a communication out directly to the license holders, the individuals who own the properties, and the responsible agents for all of those properties. And then we will inform new applicants at time of application of these rules and procedures. Individuals who may not be unlicensed, non-licensed individuals within the county, we're going to inform them through code enforcement cases. And in that code enforcement case, we'll let them know they're in violation of the short-term rental ordinance. We'll let them know that there's administrative rules that if they do not comply and it pursues to court and there are fines assessed, at that point in time, they would no longer be able to obtain a short-term rental license. So that's the party that would be most affected if they chose not to comply with the short-term rental ordinances.
When you talk about agents, is that like a management company, or is that VRBO Airbnb?
So responsible agents is like a management company. It's an individual located within the county who
Okay.
is on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for the entire year to address issues with that property.
Help me make sure I understand, because maybe I was misunderstanding this. When you say fines are assessed, you're talking about by the courts, not by us.
That's correct.
Oh, okay. So that's a fairly high bar. We're not talking about, I sent you a notice of violation, you didn't immediately comply, now you can't get a license forever.
No,
No.
we would consider that such a severe penalty that we want due process and most efficiently possible. We felt like that's through the normal court process.
I feel better about that. Thank you. I would love to see us also just make public posting, right? Like if this could show up in our newsletter or on our social media, like I just think this is worth broadcasting because it's a pretty abrupt change. It also may, I'm not exactly a lay person, and a lot of lay people will be reading this document. And if I misunderstood it, others may as well, around what it means for fines to be assessed. That might help build some comfort if they understand that they actually have to get fines assessed.
I'm working on the newsletter right now. If you want to send me something and I can get it in there, and I can pretty much put that on Facebook too and make a quick graphic.
And we can use your expertise on making sure it's understandable.
Yeah, I'll read it. Yeah. Yeah.
And Peter, I asked Peter if he had reviewed these. Of course he has, and he's.
Yes, I'm good with them.
Okay, thank you.
I'll put it on a news flash on the page too.
Lastly, on the residency verification, that was on the revocation procedures. On the residency verification, I love it. I'm blown away. It's very innovative. It's very proactive. A couple of questions. Are you sure you want to give yourself a 10-day limit to review a complaint? On day 11, do you lose the ability to review? I'm suggesting that it may be better to set that as a goal or make sure it's written in a way that on day 11, you don't lose the ability to do a review.
Okay, that's a good note, and we can adjust that. Ideally, we're targeting that 10-day review. That would be 2 weeks to deal with a reported concern. We have a code enforcement officer who is dealing with those daily. I don't think that's an unrealistic goal, but in case something does slip through the cracks, let's not limit ourselves to that 10 days time period.
I know we're a really lean team, and so if somebody like goes on vacation or has to leave work for some reason,
That could be an issue.
Sure.
We will endeavor to wrap this up in 10 business days.
Yes, something like this.
I think it would be helpful to spell out how people report concerns in the document, because what I intend to do with this document is just send it to people that are, our constituents that are upset. Say, here's, and then lastly, this is actually, well, I just want to say, I appreciate the limitation on the use of the policy. I think that's evidence of restraint. We are trying to be thoughtful here. And then this is more for the two of you. If this goes well, this residency verification process, you're going to hear me start to advocate for just a shift away from counting days at all and showing floor plans to get that resident permit. If we find that this is adequate and we can actually catch people, and make that distinction.
I'm not seeing the distinction.
Sorry, I'm not speaking clearly. That's why. If we have confidence that we can make a distinction between a resident and an investor, you're going to hear me advocate for getting away from counting days. Counting days is very problematic. I would encourage you as you think through this to talk to your colleagues around the state and other counties. Other counties have made extensive efforts to be good at counting days. I don't think any of them are going to report to you that they think they can do that with accuracy. And from a policy perspective, like there's not a number of days that actually makes sense for every case. What makes sense for every case is just, do you live here or do you not live here? And so this is just a heads up to
There
you.
must be a way, because we had a public comment that he was worried about going over his days, so something keeps track of those days.
But in this case that you're bringing up, and he's in the audience here, his count doesn't match our count, and
Right.
that's the problem. And also I'm a person, because I don't even want to impugn the motives of anybody. A person can do things like set up multiple listings on different platforms, set up multiple calendars so that they're doing 20 days over here and 40 days over there and 80 days over there. And you have to go to extensive efforts to catch people doing that. And every time a system gets like figures out another trick, a person that's trying to figure out how to trick the system figures out another trick. Right. And
But
it's
don't
just-
we need that? Don't we get tax revenue from the number of days that people are renting?
Sure, but it's a balancing act, right? There is tax revenue. We do get lodging tax. We do get sales tax on these rentals, but we also get less property value because it's a commercial property that's being taxed like a house.
Oh.
Right? And so like in addition, this is not just about fiscal, right? If this was strictly a fiscal, we'd have no limit on standard and we would just have a hotel county. This is around protecting the quality of life of our residents. And by limiting the standards and making sure that if someone is running their resident, they're a neighbor, people know them, we get very few, correct me if I'm wrong, but very few complaints on actual resident STR owners, right?
Okay.
Our problems come from the vacant ones who aren't securing their trash, aren't managing their tenants, who are not, you know,
Okay, so you're talking about not counting days in the future for residents, but
Residents.
still counting them for,
there is no limit on standards.
oh,
there's no limit on standards. The state collects lodging tax for us, and they don't count days either. They just count dollars. You know, and actually the larger platforms do that for them, right? So at that point, you're talking about, you know, sales tax collection, and we tend not to show up as a government into retail shops and you know, audit them intensely.
okay.
And I don't know that we need to here either for tax collection purposes. So anyway, I mean, we're not here to make a decision about that today. I just wanted to give you a heads up that I think that's the best policy. It's just, do you live here or do you not live here? And counting days is complicated and messy. And if we can have confidence, we can make a distinction. This is a much cleaner way to go about it. So I would just encourage you to reach out to like in Uray County, Lynn Paget is a commissioner that has gone into extreme rabbit holes trying to figure out how to make counting days work. I believe she's thrown her hands in the air after many hours of effort. That's just one example. And I'm going to stop rambling.
Just real quick, be devil's advocate. Primary residence is difficult to provide rules and regulations around, even with this residency verification procedure. As this is completed, it doesn't really meet the full function intent requirements for the ordinance. I'll say, you could be a resident at a secondary property in Clear Creek County and still be able to establish yourself as a primary residence and not meeting the intent of the ordinance. Because the intent of the ordinance is that you live and occupy in the residence. That's your short-term renting. So you could have a secondary residence to that residence within Clear Creek County and still be able to demonstrate your residency through this procedure.
Okay.
So that is just like one area where there still is some potential that we might miss it.
But I think the reason that we want to try this is because the county days ends up being, you know, whose math is wrong, right? We can't challenge, and Peter, correct me if I'm wrong here, it's hard for us to challenge that your driver's license is actually correct on where you live, right? This puts the burden of proof of people who are taking residence and being complained on them to prove to us that they are here, right? Not here on paper, physically here. So we are open to all kinds of evidence, Amazon package deliveries, whatever, right? We think that primarily money being the biggest and most easily trackable system is a good place to start. But we are not limiting ourselves to that, right? But what we need to see from people who are claiming residency, who have complaints on them for not residence, is some kind of evidence. And we generally think that as long as we are reasonable about it, we will be able to see through any falsification of that. I mean, I live here on the east side of the county, and I still can show you thousands of transactions, either here in the county or in Western Jeffco, you know, through 900 different means. I think for true residents, this is gonna be a fairly easy burden to prove. I think if you live in New York, it's probably gonna be a lot harder, right? So.
Yeah, But I appreciate the note. So we'll keep our eye on it. I don't have any other comments on these documents. Do you?
No, just a point of clarification. So residents who short-term rent have a limited number of days.
Currently.
Standard licenses don't. So residents are taxed as a resident. The standard licenses, are those taxed as commercial property?
No, and that was something that this board supported getting changed in the legislature and it didn't go through. But we think that that's a great way to fix some of the inequity of this is that investment properties that function as basically hotels or B&Bs, like it says in the name of the platform, get taxed like they are traditional hotels.
That would be state law and not
That's state
county.
law. Right now, STRs, if they are on residentially zoned and assessed properties, are keep their residential tax rate.
And the day limit is basically a way to. It's a way to try to say, well, if you're living there, obviously, if you're living there, you wouldn't rent it 365 days a year, right? Because that seems
Well, if you have a
impossible.
basement,
Which is the other way you can get that permit. If you can show a floor plan that you've got some other place to live, then you have no day limit. You just show a floor plan that says that you live somewhere else.
Because there was two primary residence occupied and unoccupied. If you're unoccupied, you're demonstrating that you're living there at least seasonally.
And this is where it gets difficult is beyond 0 and 365, you're just trying to approximate what it looks like. I mean, we've heard from one person who says, and I believe them, I live in my home when it's not booked. And I just hit 120 days. And it's, 3/4 into the year. And so by the time we respond to that person and say it's 260 days, might as well not even have the residency permit because then it's a viable investment for a person that doesn't live there. So it's just from a policy, it's not possible to set a number of days that's actually good policy.
Okay.
From my perspective.
but you can have a long-term rental unit in your home.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Definitely.
Because that's more traditional housing in this sense. We do not want to discriminate with people who are renting their homes versus have the luxury of having a mortgage, right? Which is, not accessible to everyone, but they're still residents, right? So we don't want to by any way discriminate against people who are long-term residents of this county who just rent, right? This is around this, quite frankly, very niche market. Was traditionally a niche market, now a huge market. The other thing I think is worth talking about here is what this does to property value, right? Property assessments. Part of the reason why the affordability crisis is happening in the Alpine is because you're now seeing this business model of essentially low tax investment properties that have a built-in business plan on how to pay for themselves, elevating those prices, right? And you cannot understate how much of the affordability crisis in this state is due to this kind of thing. Because it used to be that only 10% of the population had the luxury and the money to afford second homes that weren't being rented. Now it's a huge portion of the population because second homes can be financed through a low tax, lightly regulated business model that then they can pay premiums for homes that people who are working to pay mortgages cannot. And that drives prices up and affects everyone, right? So there's a lot of, secondary unintended consequences. This is why it's so important that we limit standard licenses particularly. Because we already have very low housing stock and very few places to build new housing stock. So we need to make sure that our housing stock is efficiently managed. And this is one of the ways that we do that and affordable.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for indulging me. This is super complex policy and I'd love for us to make an update next year. I assume you both, I think I've heard you both say that. So building code amendments, David Dennison.
All right, building code amendments. All right, so we were here before you last year with building code amendments from the ICC. At that point, a resolution was passed to update building code amendments to the 2021 International Code Series code cycle. Our intention at that time was not to revisit the code amendments for approximately 7 years. Unfortunately, for reasons outside of our control, staff believes that it would be in the best interest of the county to update the International Code Series. Since that time that we adopted the 2021 ICC Code Series, the state of Colorado passed a Senate Bill 25-142, which requires local jurisdictions to adopt a minimum wildfire resiliency code within 9 months of the Resiliency Board adopting a code. That has taken place. The timeline for that resiliency code to be adopted here locally is first 2026. After evaluating that wildfire resiliency code, that's going to require us to come up to the 2024 Wildland Urban Interface Code. So the building department is recommending that we align all code series along with that 2024 code. We have worked specifically with the Clear Creek County Fire Authority, the Evergreen Fire Protection District, to prepare code amendments to meet these new state minimum requirements. Along with these new updates, there are a few significant changes that will be presenting to the board in these code amendments. You all have received the red line code amendments and a clean version. The significant changes outside of just minor administrative changes for code sections and things like this would be the deletion of the wildfire appendix. That's due to the adoption of the WUI code. The inclusion of the electrical provisions of the IRC. Previously, those were deleted. After working with DORA, we realized that the state is only enforcing the electrical inspection aspect of electrical code enforcement. So this will allow us to perform plan reviews where we deem it necessary for electrical drawings to make sure they're meeting minimum energy efficiency requirements and the minimum requirements of the IRC. The other significant change that we're recommending is the automatic sprinkler system requirements to be restored to code text. And we've provided a version with 3 exceptions in there for your consideration. This would be a pretty significant change. Fire sprinklers would be required in near all residences built off of non-maintained county roads unless a special exception was provided by the fire authority. This does have a cost, an increased cost of construction, about $3 per square foot. Most homes in Clear Creek County currently being constructed are between 1,500 and 2,500 square feet. This would reflect about $7,500 change in the cost of construction. This recommendation is being made because of the state's wildfire resiliency code and their identification of Clear Creek County as existing in moderate and high hazard fire intensity areas. That's nearly the entirety of the county. There is a very limited area of the county that is not identified as one of those two, and that's any areas above tree line. And then the next significant change that we're proposing with the building code amendments is to include the International Fire Code within the building code amendments. Currently, it's adopted through a standalone resolution, and we're just going to bring that in and adopt it all in one central location in the building code amendments. So in conclusion, we're seeking back feedback from the board of county commissioners regarding these new code amendments, the change of the code series, and the significant changes.
Just want to add one additional thing. I advised David that our office will likely be making modifications to what's been presented. So we'll incorporate whatever changes you have, but keep in mind that upon our review, we may end up altering it and we'll be back for another work session.
I clicked on the red line and I couldn't find any red lines. Are the changes highlighted anywhere?
So you need to open that in a Word document.
Oh, versus
and-
just think and
Yeah.
PDF.
Go into the Word document and then go under review and
Alright.
you would click all markups.
All right.
So in terms of process, this is an early heads up, an opportunity for feedback. Is the next step another work session or like colleagues, I don't know about you, but I read through this stuff and I could support us just going straight to a first reading.
Respectfully, the new county attorney, assistant county attorney that's going to be starting on November 24th is a subject matter expert on the WUI code and all the modifications that have recently been made in Jefferson County. She's worked with EFPD as well, and would like to address what she has seen already and has reached out to go over this. I think there will be some changes. And so before we move forward, I would honestly request that we have another work session. It may not be till sometime in December.
And we welcome that expertise. We definitely want that input. I'm absolutely sure that it'll be valuable and informing to us.
Me too. And I just am happy to receive those updates in a first reading. I don't think as one member of this board that I need another work session. I anticipate that the comments by that subject matter expert are going to largely be accepted by me, and that any comments I do need to make, I can make them. I just don't know that we need to set another step in the process. Is there anything?
Well, I mean, we can't approve a draft though, and it sounds like there will be changes to it.
Right.
In first reading, correct me if I'm wrong, first reading, we can read it, go through it, ask questions about it, suggest changes, and then go to second reading. Correct?
We can. So we have a version of proposed red lines right now. What may come to you again may be red lines of these red lines. If the board feels that it wants to review and it's comfortable, it can take action if it wishes, and we can make it an action session.
This is basically my opinion is because I have a lot of confidence that I'm going to want to take action on what Peter just described.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see a reason for delay. And I do view another work session as a delay.
I don't like duplicative work. I would feel the need to review it after the lawyer makes comments on it. So I would.
So you can do that during, right, and which I understand. You can also do that and still have the same consideration during an action session. And the reason why I had recommended another work session is because we have to advertise for first reading of an ordinance. And indeed, if there are changes, significant changes, based on policy, that the board wants, we'll have to go back and all those changes from the original version of the ordinance, which by the way is just going to be a red line, would have to be actually posted in the paper. And that could be a significant amount of material.
Then I'm agnostic about if it like, I guess the only thing is just if it makes sense from an efficiency perspective, I'm not likely, I don't have significant comments on this version. And I'm not likely to have significant comments on the next version. I'm going to trust the subject matter experts and say, thank you, we need this.
So I think after we've had a chance to go through it and we've reviewed and made any changes, if they're not hugely different from what we currently have, we'll bring it back as an action session and we will advertise for first reading. If we believe that they're more significant and require further discussion, we'll do that.
This will be November 4th.
No, this won't be until the new assistant county attorney doesn't even start till November 24th. So we don't expect this to be until sometime, probably even the second meeting in December.
Okay.
And we have till April 1st.
We do have till April 1st, and that's the other thing. I know that David's been working on these for quite some time, but we do have some time at least within the statute.
Do I need to say that I'm not going to benefit from my family's in fire suppression sprinkler system?
We had discussed that, and then you could, if you want to disclose that history, you certainly can now. And then you've disclosed it, understanding that from a technically ethical standpoint, you are not in conflict, but I think it's worthy of disclosing the interest.
Yeah, I just would like to disclose that I have a lot of family members that are in fire sprinkler systems. One, my brother owns a business. My dad retired from that. I have sons that are in that business, but I do not see any of the companies that they work for or own doing business in Clear Creek County. So one's in Missouri, the other ones are up north, and my two younger sons are laid off right now. So
We all probably have a much more direct interest in this. I've got family members that live in the Louis, right? Whose
Well,
homes
there-
could
that's
be
a good
burned
point.
down. For what it's worth, I'm not trying to denigrate. I appreciate your ethics.
no, Colton just had brought it up that I might want to disclose
Yeah,
that. So.
Yeah. Okay. Other comments? Any substantive questions on this? I mean, not substantive. I mean, like in the weeds questions about this policy. I just love to see us have a department that brings updates.
Yeah.
I'm so grateful. Oh my goodness. Breath of fresh air.
I think I do want to note David and his team are just really doing an amazing job on bringing things forward.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It is a group effort, and I always am very appreciative to Peter and the attorney's office. They're always very helpful.
Excellent. Okay, that concludes items 6 and 7. Let's go backwards in time in order to proceed. We have here JD Tanner. This is a work session with the NOCO Places Executive Director, JD Tanner, to discuss NOCO
I'm gonna kind of
Places.
sit up here. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How is everyone?
Doing really well. Jody, you are our appointee to NOCO Places. Do you want to kind of kick us off and then hand it to JD?
Yeah, so NOCO Places, I've been part of since February of this year. I took over for Randy's position that represented Clear Creek with NOCO Places. We had a guy named Steve Coffin. He was our executive director, and he since has retired. So we have JD Tanner that we chose. We had a lot of really good candidates that stepped up. It happened to work out when the feds did a bunch of layoffs. So we had, a good pool, and JD Tanner just blew us away. Like the second we did the interview with him, he was smart, he was energetic, he presented himself very well, and he comes from Leave No Trace, correct?
Correct.
Which is like perfect for NOCO Places. NOCO Places is an organization with the northern counties, Boulder, Larimer, Gilpin, Clear Creek, CPW, Denver Parks, and the National Forest. And so that's what JD Tanner represents us and keeps us in queue. And yeah, we're looking forward to some grants. And I don't know if you want to talk about the changes that we're trying to make to the 501(c)(3) and.
Yeah, thanks, Jody. Thanks for your time. Appreciate it. And Peter and Jody, thanks for rescheduling me a couple of times. Apologies for that, but thanks again. So JD Tanner, again, Executive Director of NOCO Places. I live in Fort Collins with my wife and my two kids. We've lived there for about 4 years. Very excited to move over into this role. About 26 of my outdoor education years have mostly been in university settings, but those have been working for state universities where I've managed lands and programs and facilities. And then, as Jody mentioned, most recently coming from Leave No Trace organization, which is a national organization on environmental education. Thank you. So very excited to be in this new role. Jody offered this opportunity for me just to come and do a little introduction. I don't have a formal presentation for you. Just want to see faces and say hello and thank Clear Creek County for being a part of the regional partnership with NOCO and supporting us. And we want to do everything that we can to support Clear Creek County in return. So as Jody mentioned, some direction for NOCO places right now. So Steve did a great job of doing all of the strategic pieces and bringing all of the partners together over the last 7 or 8 years to bring us to the point that we're at. And now we're ready to really get some feet on the ground and do some work. And so we're very close to submitting our paperwork to become designated as a nonprofit organization. So that's going to be a big step for us so that we can start to look at ways that we can diversify our funding and support throughout the region. So very excited to continue to move that forward. I'm going to say probably 2 or 3 weeks before we have that paperwork ready to submit. And then who knows how long it'll take to get that approval back. A lawyer says anywhere from 4 to 6 months. So we'll just keep working as we move. We did get an application in for the most recent CPW GOCO implementation grant for regional partnerships. We submitted a grant for about $2.5 million over 3 years, and we'll have an idea around November the 6th of what to expect from that. But what we applied for in that grant is directly related to our conservation and recreation vision. And so over a period of time before me, worked with Clear Creek County, our other agency members, as well as our 60 to 70 plus partners to develop this conservation and recreation vision. And what we decided for implementation purposes through that vision was that we wanted to work on a trail ambassador program that could support the region, not just one area, but any of our counties or any of our partners that don't have a well-developed or a trail ambassador program at all. NOCO can step into that place and work to educate folks that are coming into Clear Creek County or other counties that are recreating, and our trail ambassadors can meet them at trailheads or out on the trail and educate them about safety, about things like Leave No Trace, how they can take care of those outdoor spaces that we're all working hard to designate and protect. Other work in that grant would be around unauthorized trails. So a lot of research that NOCO has done in the last couple of years, we've identified at least 350 unauthorized trails in our region, and that continues to grow. Those numbers do. And so through that effort, we'll work with our agency members to start to figure out which of those unauthorized trails it's the most important for us to go in and either rehab, so shut them down, or maybe accept those into overall master plans for the counties or the park system where those trails are. So we'll work on our end to actually get crews out and work to actually rehab or bring those trails in to the system is what we'll be working to do. We did apply for some additional capacity just for the NOCO offices, some staffing to continue the work that we're doing. And then we also had some funding request for a Chimney Hollow project in Larimer County in that grant. So November 6th, we're waiting on that. So other things I just wanted to point out specifically within our conservation and recreation vision, other than that trail ambassador and those unauthorized trails, other things that we'll continue to work with all of our agency members on are common messaging around, again, Leave No Trace, safety when people are coming out and recreating in all of our spaces. So we just launched our first messaging campaign with a local influencer in the area, and it was focused on search and rescue within the NOCO region. So we'll continue those efforts. We didn't apply for any grant funding. We've already got another donor that supports our marketing efforts. And so over these next year or two, you'll see some increased efforts from us really starting to try to work with some of those influencers in the area so that our message gets out even more and more broad and wide. Not just to our locals, obviously, but to tourists coming in to the area too is a focus of all of that messaging. And then the fourth component is research. So NOCO has already been really effective in bringing together data collection efforts in the past to put together some solid information around research focused on visitation to certain areas, and then also around that unauthorized trail project that I mentioned. But we want to expand those efforts in research. So I have coming from the Leave No Trace side of everything, I have a pretty big network of researchers that I've worked with at colleges and universities, and I want to bring them into the fold at NOCO places, and we'll start to work on that so we can come back to Clear Creek. And if there are specific recreation related research projects that we can work on you all with, we want to be able to do that as well as our other agency partners.
I also wanted to introduce you to Matt Taylor. He's in the audience. I don't know if you guys have met personally, but that's who has been really representing us before I came along to do the mapping, and for the unauthorized trails, they work quite a bit. I'm sure Amy Saxton was part of it too.
I mean, Matt is, I just to add to that, I view him as one of our recreation policy experts.
Okay.
And Matt's been on the team for a long time. He's been thinking hard about these issues for a long time. So
That's great. We want to support however we can. I kind of mentioned my background, 26 plus years. John Hannon, who's on our team, has 25 to 30 plus years working in like Rocky Mountain National Park and others. So we have a lot of years of experience in that world. And so, we want to offer things that I mentioned, but if there's other things where we can help around master planning or whatever, please reach out. We want to support in however we can in those areas.
Did you have any questions, Colton?
No, I mean, I just, we have, our county is a little unique. We have very little developable land. We're 75% forest land.
Mhm.
If you add 40% grade and more, only 11% of our land is buildable. Having said that, we get 10 million visitors a year, and that doesn't include 70. So what we're really looking for is how do we sustain services and our natural environment here? So sustainability for us is more than just about the environment, as important as that is. We are a very burdened county with this kind of stuff. Of those 10 million people that come, north of 70% recreate in the public land.
Mhm.
We are very close to Denver, so we get a disproportionate amount of day tripping. And we understand the importance to the region of these assets, but we are one of the few places where that is falling on an incredibly poor tax base. So for us, it's really like, how do we sustain the public safety system, the infrastructure needed that provides a service to the entire Front Range, not just us, right? And so you're going to hear from us at least a position of help us balance our real financial needs with the needs of the visitors. Because we are disproportionately burdened by this compared to other counties that might get more visitors but are much bigger, have much larger tax bases, actually have flat land, things like that. So
Yeah. I'll say I've definitely heard some mixed understandings about NOCO places. We're definitely not here to promote it and to get more people here. We're here to teach people how to do it responsibly and protect those spaces. And number one, to improve the quality of life for the locals and the residents that live here. But then also just to educate those tourists that are coming in so that they know how they can protect those spaces, but also how they can respect the residents that live here and what they're
Well,
living
and
here year
and
round.
part of respecting residents is, I like this trail ambassador program. Somebody comes up, in flip-flops and says they're going to climb Grays and Torreys. I'm hoping that, with signage and communication, we can limit the number of just silliness straining our EMS and Alpine Rescue resources.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And that is 100% where we want our trail ambassador program to come into play. So if, as we work to build that program, we would look to you all to start to give us those specific locations that you already know are an issue. And then we can start to work to organize those volunteers and get them into those spaces, especially on busy weekends and other times. But really, ideally, we're going to get them out there on a regular basis.
we have a fairly good understanding of where our peak load locations are.
Yep.
Not only from the search and rescue data that we have and our public safety data from JeffCom, but also just the amount of cell phones and where they're communicating, right? I think for us, just as a heads up, it's really the 14ers.
Okay.
Same areas. We have the most accessible 14ers, or some of the most.
Well, accessible to get to,
To
not
get to,
necessarily to
to get to
climb.
from the front range, and that's where a lot of our pain is.
Yep.
And also St. Mary's and some other places that are very accessible to the front range, and unfortunately really don't bring in a mixed skill set. We suffer a little bit of the proximity to Denver means easier problem.
Mhm.
But we're not an easy county. This is a very steep, on the divide, county that we really don't have cupcake hikes at all. And unfortunately, we are on the transit corridor, so I think there's an assumption that it is easy. So we need to really help people understand that this is not that.
Yeah.
I also wanted to say Megan is part of NOCO she's our PR person,
Patience.
media and stuff, and you deal with Katie and
Yeah, I think there's probably like 10 to 12 people. It's all the communications people from the other counties. I think it's my third year being in it. So
Yeah.
it's been great because we all want to communicate the same thing to everybody. So, yeah, Rocky Mountain National Park's in it, all that kind of fun stuff. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's been
I
great.
think with that video too that was made, I would love to see more of that kind of stuff
Yeah.
and really get those out so that people understand. I always say most of the activities in Clear Creek County require a helmet.
Yeah.
And I mean, people literally die up here thinking that they're going to go on something that's easy and, it's a hot day and they just want to get out of town and
Yeah, the
Yeah.
only thing easy, the only flat land really is I-70. Everything else is just straight up.
So
Yeah.
I'm gonna sound like the old guy here a little bit, but I have some questions. I just kind of want to check in.
Yeah.
Because I was here when Clear Creek wrote and administered the grant that created NOCO Places. And I remember the vision then.
Yep.
And in terms of principle, like I'm really happy to see the values that are being expressed. I don't recall at the time that we envisioned NOCO Places as a direct service provider. I'm not expressing opposition to that. But I want to just for everybody in the room and for you, like kind of, there are some things that I think are really important that only NOCO Places can do. And there are some things that we could do too, assuming we had the revenues, like run a trail ambassador program. And so, one of those things was to influence the Forest Service. The Forest Service's plan is old enough that we're going to see a new forest plan, assuming that we have a federal government with an agency that can produce a plan of any type in the future. I think that's going to be, I expect that plan is going to be edited soon. And the intent was to build a 5-county unified vision and voice for the Arapahoe Roosevelt to influence that forest plan. And so I hope we don't lose sight of that. Because I think that's a long-term goal. And I don't think that Clear Creek County can do that on our own. I don't think Boulder County can do it on their own. I think NOCO Places has to do that. And so I hope that that's part of what you think about when you think about how to distribute your bandwidth. Within that conversation is an equity problem that Clear Creek was experiencing with the 5-county conversation about recreation in Arapahoe Roosevelt. When I was elected, Clear Creek may have viewed itself and definitely was viewed by the rest of the Arapahoe Roosevelt as the sacrifice zone. There's a lot of different ways to recreate. There's a lot of people that want to get into the woods, and they're all very, very close to the Arapahoe Roosevelt. And we all want the hikers, and none of us want the shooters, and none of us want the ATV drivers. What was being said about Clear Creek County was that we were the place that would accommodate, and that all of the other counties could send the shooters and the ATV riders, etc. NOCO Places is the venue for Clear Creek County to say, actually, what we're going to do in terms of how we distribute activity is think about equity. We're going to think about equity. None of us are going to be a sacrifice zone. And if ATV recreation isn't good for your environment or your economy or the quality of life of your constituents, why would you claim that it's good for us? And so I want to just like make sure that that also is something that NOCO places continues to aspire to be, is a place where those 5 counties and all of the other agencies can have those conversations and each have a voice at the table around what we want, so that we don't find out secondhand that our neighbors are saying, well, rumor has it Clear Creek is the place to go if you're trying to mess the place up. You know what I mean? If you don't like the rules, you know what I mean? Because that's what I perceive what's happening.
Well, I have to say,
Um,
since I've been there, I've not heard any kind of discussion about, the shooting has already happened. So we already have the 2 shooting ranges, which is like way more than what we have up north. As far as we do discuss, the ATV, and I think, yeah, nobody wants it. We talk about, Sandy brings up, shutting down trails. She has different names than we have here in Clear Creek. She has like octopus trails and stuff. And I'm always like, where is this at? She's like, well, it's the backside of what connects to Clear Creek County, but they do allow some ATVing really close to the border, and then that bleeds into us. I'm sure they would like to shut that down too, because it's out of control. But as far as NOCO places, I haven't heard that yet.
I'm really glad to hear it, and I want us to remain vigilant. And so like, I'm being long-winded here, but the equity conversation, especially now that I see NOCO places is kind of through legislation now taking a role of decision-making around how funds are distributed from the state into the counties. Am I misspeaking here?
Yeah, no, I would say we don't have we don't make any decisions on how funds are distributed, in that manner. We're a coalition that we hear the voices of all of the different citizens and the groups within the area, and then we go back to our agency members with what we're hearing and explain that information. We do the things that you're talking about, working with the Forest Service and making sure that messaging is appropriate and correct on where you can recreate and with different styles of recreation. But right now, we do not have our hands in any control of funding.
Are you aware of county regulations? So even when the Forest Service allows OHVs, we don't allow them on county roads. So it's like, don't be saying, oh yeah, Forest Service, no problem when.
Yeah, and we in our messaging, we would never say anything along those lines. We're always going to say, you need to check with the local managers of those lands before you just go and recreate in those spaces. It's way too complicated for us to be able to say, go here and do this, especially whenever you're crossing over from CPW to county to Forest Service. And there's no way that we're going to try to get very specific in those areas unless we're hearing from Jody or you all, hey, please note that this is not permitted in these areas. Then we would put that into our messaging, but we would never encourage people to just go to these places and recreate without checking with land managers.
I think you are right, the equity part, and that got really confusing for Clear Creek between Steve Coffin and having conversations with some of our land people, Cindy Neely, you had spoke to, and our open space. And then when you came in, and then we had that grant process that we were in the middle of, and even like me talking to Sandy, and it really got confusing on what our part was, what we were supposed to submit, and we kept submitting. Colton would submit like our ideas a bunch, and I would submit, and then it was like we had something in front of us that people weren't listening to.
Yeah.
That's the way we felt.
Okay.
And it was new to CPW too. So that was like a whole big mess. So it was just like this perfect storm of things. I was new too, so maybe I missed something, I'm not sure. But I think the equity part, definitely, we felt like we were not being represented as much. I don't want to speak for Gilpin, but the littler counties do struggle with, Larimer County is huge, and they're the second richest county in the state. So when we're asking for something, even a smaller amount is bigger to us than a larger amount is kind of like a drop in the bucket for them.
Yeah, for that specific grant that you're talking about, the implementation grant, which is brand new from CPW and GOCO. I think they're still trying to work out the parts and pieces of what that looks like. So there's funding right now in it for the next 5 years that we'll be able to go back and request those funds. But we've learned a lot this year just from what that's going to look like and what we can actually, they're going to look for projects and programs that benefit our entire region. And so, we'll know on November 6th what kind of funding we're going to get from that request. And when we, talk specifically about like the Chimney Hollow project, it may or may not be funded. We don't know. We'll see. But now as we're learning more and more about the parameters of that, we're going to see that they only want us requesting funds that are going to benefit all of the counties within our region.
It's like a partnership.
Yeah.
Well, and how does that exactly work? Does that mean all of the partners in the region get a little bit, like we all get trail ambassadors? Or is it, oh, well, Larimer is so big that basically covers everybody?
So when we propose our trail ambassador program, that is exactly how we propose it, that the regional trail ambassador program will support all of our counties.
Okay.
So we would work directly with you all, again, like I said, to find out those locations. If you've got a list of people that want to volunteer, we would want to work with you all to get that. If you've got somebody coordinating volunteers already, we would want to connect with them. We don't want to duplicate work and efforts by any means, but we want to work and coordinate regionally for the whole.
So these
space.
are volunteers, or are they going to get paid under the grant?
They'd be volunteers. Yeah. So Jefferson County, Boulder County, and Larimer County already have trail ambassador programs, big ones, very successful ones. Jefferson County will tell you their ambassadors pay to be a part of their program. They pay for their uniforms. They take care of all of their own costs so that they can come out and support Jefferson County. But they'll also tell you that a lot of their volunteers are coming from Gilpin County and Clear Creek County because they don't have an organized trail ambassador program that they can work at in their counties. So there's people in this county that I think want to volunteer and work, and that's where NOCO Places can come in and start that organizational effort and get them assigned to trailheads and locations working with you all.
Okay, so for the multi-million-dollar grant, even though we're a member of NOCO Places, does that mean that we have to apply for specific grants?
So we
from
gave them
NOCO?
our projects, which was the Taylor Kennedy property because
Yes.
that's a sheep habitat.
Right.
And then we did give them the human waste that we were hoping would cover all of the entities. And I'm not sure where that, because we've talked about the ambassadors would be part of that. So, we'll have to see what CPW says too. Because my understanding is they may pick apart what NOCO applied for and say, we're not funding this, but we'll fund this and this and this. And then they'll allocate whatever money towards that.
Okay.
Yeah.
But there's how many people that were in the upper level with us? Was it 5?
About 4 or 5 other RPIs are at the level of where we are as an organization and development goes. Regional partnership initiatives. Yeah. There's about 4 or 5 other regional partnership initiatives in the state that are at the level that we are. They're only going to give out $10 million this year, and 16 million was applied for between all of the different organizations that applied this year.
So can we feel comfortable that we will get a portion of that?
I would say we can feel comfortable we're going to get a portion of what we applied for. I wouldn't.
Your we is NOCO Places, our we is Clear Creek County.
Correct.
CPW will tell NOCO Places what parts of their grant they want to fund.
But our ideas were not included in that grant.
The
correct?
Taylor Kennedy was.
They were part of those that application. Correct.
We really pushed for
And what I
that.
think I hear you saying is that Chimney Rock and this one are not likely going to be viewed as favorably by CPW. CPW is asking for
The,
Regional impact.
the Taylor Kennedy project was actually a part of our unauthorized trail program.
Oh, interesting.
Because there's that trail that we want to shut down that's through it. So if we can get that purchased, we can shut down that trail.
Okay.
So it actually fits into that regional effort
Okay.
piece
Oh, I see. what
for
you're saying.
us. Yeah, because it was part of the unauthorized trail work.
And what's your sense? Is it a good, strong application? Do we have a chance at that? A good chance?
I think we have a chance at getting funding. At this point, I am uncertain how much because I've heard so many different things. We originally came in and we were told we could apply for up to 3 years of funding, but now we're hearing that they're only gonna probably give out 1 year of funding at a time.
Mhm.
So we put in 3 years worth of funding. My assumption is we're gonna only get 1 year of funding for each of those projects. So that's gonna cut us into probably about a third, probably of what our request was, is my guess.
CPW has changed throughout this process.
Yeah.
too. When it originally came out, I mean, even the dates have changed, so
It's Colorado, what?
Parks and Wildlife.
Parks and Wildlife.
And Wildlife.
Yeah. Yeah, my assumption is we're gonna get a third probably of our request, which is gonna put us at NOCO is. And then we'll have to come back to all of our projects within those areas and figure out what we can allocate then accordingly.
I think Jody had a good point, or George had a good point that, something could be really significant for us and a drop in the bucket for.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Yeah,
That was Jody. And,
Okay.
I'm under no illusion that big counties have big needs. You know what I mean? Like
They do
that's-
have big needs.
They've got a lot of people they're trying to serve and so do we. They just don't happen to be our constituents.
yeah.
10 million people. 10. So they don't happen to be part of our tax base and we're still trying to serve them because we don't want them to burn the place down or pollute our water supplies, et cetera. So we're in a pretty tough spot here.
Yeah, it's an interesting balancing act because, like I said, I have Jefferson County, Boulder County, Larimer County, big
Right.
programs and directors of all of their, outdoor county recreation and stuff like that. And then there's Gilpin and Clear Creek, which isn't quite as built up like they
Or
are.
the water starts. So if there's a
Yes.
fire here, then it's all gonna go
I know.
down there.
Yep. So it's a balancing act for me with those different counties to try to figure out the best. And, I'm only 3 months in, but we'll get it there. And equity is important to me too, and making sure that all of the counties are getting their equal fair share whenever I'm going and applying for
Thank you.
grants.
Thank you.
And making sure that our trail ambassador programs are getting out equally into those spaces. That is 100% focus of mine.
And equity means that we might frankly need a little bit more support developing concepts. Like the Chimney Rock concept is something that Larimer had a person on their team that could work on. And we're just, our team isn't there.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And it's not because we're backwards, it's because we're
Small.
super lean.
We have like
in how
one
we
person
staff.
doing 100 things.
Yeah.
And so I think like a little bit of extra attention to us to say, hey, make sure you don't forget, like, this is the deadline for these ideas. I do see NOCO places intentionally, and I think this is a good thing, positioning itself as a way that the 5 counties get more dollars into the region. And that makes it more important that we understand how it's equitable within that regional conversation. So I'll leave it at that. I know Jody carries this message to you every day. This is I only get to rant at you, once a year. And so I'm gonna take my opportunity.
Feel free to rant more often. I want to be open. So, but I mean, feel free.
NOCO is changing too, as far as we may be getting more members in the future. This thing may be building. Just an FYI. It's not intentional to stay with the current membership.
Yeah, diversification of funds is important for us. So we want to bring on additional agency members that would be voting members on our executive committee. But then eventually we're talking memberships, partnerships, sponsorship opportunities for people within our region that can support. So then we can come back into places here in Clear Creek County. And so if there was a business in this area that felt like they really wanted to support a program like our Trail Ambassador program, they could do that. And then that, we can really focus some of those funds in the Clear Creek area, however we want to organize that. Those
Talked about like
and all.
REI or big places that wanna.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll just caution you all are you talking about giving REI a vote on NOCO places?
No, that
Okay.
No,
it would, if we're a 501(c), they could donate
Right. Okay.
to our,
the only voting members that would be land managing agencies or counties, those would be the only people that can come onto the executive committee as eventually a board member but
we have no,
that's how we're structured.
and they're not voting members either.
Okay.
Which is a whole nother complication.
Yep.
Okay, great. Well, that's, I think, I'm looking at, oh wait. One more. I sit on the executive board of the NOCO Fire Shed.
Okay.
Same partners. Maybe you'd call it a subset of what NOCO Places tries to do or a completely different topic. But I'm sure you're talking to Karina. I don't need to be kind of intermediary between you two, but I have my eye on how those efforts are supportive of one another and recreation and fire mitigation there's overlap there.
Yes.
Yeah,
I love the fact you talked about the safety for the trail ambassadors,
Yeah.
Not only, switch out your flip flops for hiking boots, but don't build fires.
Yeah. 90% of our forest fires in the United States are caused by humans. Not necessarily from a campfire, but from a cigarette butt or a campfire or other human
Chains.
caused. Yep. So 100% there's an overlap there in recreation. So agreed. And Karina and I have met and we've talked, and I think we're still trying to figure out what that partnership looks like, and how we can support each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't help but say this. I think I would love to see us dedicate parking to those ambassadors. So you know what? In this parking lot, 2 of these spots are for volunteer ambassadors. You want to get on the trail when it's full, be an ambassador. And so I just want to throw that out there.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, those are great perks that we'll be able to come back and build that volunteer list.
Yeah.
Sure. So anything like that you could think of as we get to this point. And John and I will start actually doing a little bit more developing of that program this winter.
Yep.
So we'll be reaching out to all of you to see how that ambassador program can support you.
Okay. Anything else?
No, thank you very much for coming.
Yeah, thank
you.
you. Nice
Meeting
meeting
the
you.
board. Yeah.
Good to see you all in person. Appreciate it.
Goodbye.
Thank you. See you in November.
Yes, very soon.
What do you guys think? I know I'll never make it to Randy's level, but maybe I tried to do him proud. He was really good at defending our county.
I think your impressions were really the highlight of this meeting. When you mimicked and said, you guys go here and you guys go there. Anybody else catch that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
There you
hey,
go.
I'll take the Oscar later. Okay, next, let's get back to the consent agenda, colleagues. What do you think? I see 2 items. Would you like to discuss any of them?
No.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and read it. Item A, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Item B, consideration of resolution R 2571, a resolution ratifying the rescission of the Clear Creek County fire ban declared on August 12th, 2025.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the consent agenda or approve.
Okay,
Yes, I second, sorry.
all good. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Next is 26 Clear Creek County budget. Should we? We have that. We have.
Oh, you stole mine.
Should we do a break or should we push through the, an hour?
Full transparency, we weren't expecting to have a long discussion on the budget today. Really, the goal is to get that public hearing set by y'all and have the longer conversation on the 28th, the 4th, and the 4 other times that we talk about it, because considering y'all just got the budget 5 days ago. I'm really planning on a long conversation on that today.
Oh, I'm not supposed to have.
You can if you want,
You can ask all kinds of things.
but we were hoping to have that on the 4th
Okay.
with a little more, just with more time to digest it and everything.
With that information, colleagues, anybody call for a break or should we proceed?
Let's proceed.
Okay. We have Rachel Harlow Shock. Rachel, please proceed.
Sure. So the intention of this item is to request a motion that we set the November 4th, 2025, November 4th, 2025 is the date for public hearing regarding the proposed combined budget and published notice of the budget hearing date. And then the budget hearing date, we're intending to request a motion that it be set for December 9th. And as the date for the special meeting to adopt the combined budget, which is Emergency Services General Improvement District, as well as the Clear Creek County Housing Authority, not to be confused with the Regional Housing Authority, as well as the county's budget and the mill levy adoption just for the county on December 9th. So that's the intention today. High level conversation about the budget document and the difference between, we already really summarized that under the manager's conversation update this morning, where he shared that this is an iterative and collaborative process that we've been intending. And it is an imperfect process, and that these are planning documents in an effort to ensure that the budget aligns with what we're actually seeing by way of revenue forecasting and expenses by operations. So there will be revisions by team members. We've already had various conversations. Ambulance, for example, will have revisions. And the intention is when we come to these meetings with you all, these working sessions, we'll have all of those spreadsheets. And I've dropped in another column at the end where we begin to have that final budget conversation. So that by the time we get to December 9th, we've built in enough time for us to converse, and you've had time with staff to get to reasonable numbers. We can watch the numbers go up and down, and you can see where things are landing across all of the funds real time. And then again, as Colton noted, we want to have a final fourth meeting with you all to discuss the final budget setting that needs to happen on the 9th. Then just to give her that next picture, the mill levy setting will also happen post-election. So we'll have December 9th is the date for the public meeting and setting our budget for 26. That is also before the assessor has to complete her preliminary, her final adopted mill levy or assessed value setting. That final document, we're not anticipating changes, but Tyler has had to revise the back sheet because of the revenue cap that has been assigned to us through the legislature. We are going to be evaluating the adoption of the cap onto property tax values because we've grown. We're one of very few counties that are actually seeing that across the state. We've not found another. So we're testing out. Tyler Industries is the company that helps all of the assessors and is in communication with the statewide Department of Property Taxation. Because of the new law, the backside of the assessor's certification notice needs to be revised. We already tested it out and it was incorrect. So that's why they do the preliminary setting with what we've all received from the assessor. Then she has to do by December 10th, the final. We're not anticipating changes. However, I just want to make sure and flag that that's the date. Those are the alignments that I'll be watching and working closely with Donna on. But feel comfortable with December 9th at this point.
Okay, I just have one initial comment, and that is, this may have been why it triggered George's earlier question. On our agenda, it says we will be looking at the final 2026 budget with appendix. Should that be the proposed 2026 budget?
It might be there's the title of the document.
Title of the document.
Yeah,
It's the final draft, final proposed.
yeah, you could say
Final proposed.
Should have been proposed.
Okay,
Apologize
thank you.
For the misunderstanding.
Yeah, just if the record reflects that.
Yeah, I'm not a File names, yep.
File name.
File name is incorrect.
Yeah. So the final proposed document, yeah, you all just received it and it is lengthy. The working sessions are intended, like it was shared in the memo. We are proposing a $1.9 million deficit that's in the general fund. Not my favorite, as you well know. I have a goal of a structurally balanced budget for you all. The reality of our revenue is going to make that impossible. Those are all things before we knew we even had a cap. So that we would have to assign to our general fund property tax collections as well as in road and bridge. So that deficit is still an improvement from the $3.2 million deficit that was seen last year. And we're continuing to see these targeted expenses, conservative revenue forecasting, and then the strategic use of reserves is really key ways in which the county can stay ahead of other counties who are feeling it a little later than we are or haven't been able to project that these are issues in the long run for us. We've been able to capture some of these opportunities strategically early.
So, okay, my understanding is that counties cannot go into debt. So why are we even looking at a budget with a 1.9 million deficit?
So we have a fund balance.
Have a fund balance you'll spend into.
Okay.
That's not debt. We have a savings account we can spend into, which is the county has been doing for a decade now.
Right, and we've been trying to slow down on
Yes.
that.
Yes, but it is amount of money that has strategic value too, right? We are not, we have the fortunate position of having that ability to sustain services that we can't afford on an annual basis as we work to correct the problem.
Okay.
Where if we had no fund balance, you're correct. If we had zero fund balance, we would be delivering exactly what we can pay for.
Okay.
And those would be pretty severe cuts to services.
Right.
Then what we can use the fund balance for is to buy ourselves time to get everything corrected before we hit zero.
Okay.
Because that drop into zero, unless it's a controlled landing,
Right.
would be very, very painful, right? I mean, I want to talk about the progress a little bit that the county has made. I mean, we are down 40 plus FTEs. We have considerable amount of reduction the county has already done, and we're still deficit spending, right? Which meant if we didn't have the fund balance back in 15, it would have been absolute chaos as far as the level of the dropping of, so that's why Rachel and I are really concerned about 2030, right? That every fiscal that we make is around what does our budget look like in 2030, 2031, when we're starting to get towards the end of our runway, right?
Yep.
So that's what we talk, when she mentions talking strategically about the fund balance, that's what we're talking about. What is appropriate to use the fund balance for? And when is it okay to deficit spend and on what, right?
So large section of that dollar set, that 1.9 is 1.1 million in capital expenses. So when we're talking about year over year costs, those are operating expenses in my head. So salaries, benefits, daily expenses to run the organization. Those are year over year costs that we're going to be continuing to work on refining our expenses within, because that's where the structural balance becomes the place where we land. And we're still working on that. Then the second space is the capital improvements, and those capital improvement projects is where I'm far more comfortable spending into, so long as they don't result in a new year over year expense. So those are the kinds of refining conversations that we really haven't had, that I've observed in our budgeting, that we really haven't had on this front end of getting after the expenses and the expense side. You're seeing more of that information, and going back to 2022 and the detail that you've been provided, so that you can see some sort of pattern in activity and feel more comfortable that we're setting a budget that's based in expenses opposed to based in budgeting year over year, new money. We just don't have new money.
What do you think our annualized capital liability is? Like how much, if we were spending, if our capital was in good shape and we were keeping it up, how much would we be spending a year to keep it there
Sure. I think
in the general
we're
fund?
getting closer to understanding what that looks like, frankly, because capital expenses aren't just facilities, they're also cars and
Heavy equipment.
laptops and generators, things that we use to day-to-day function. Those are major maintenance. No, those are still new expenses, but we're looking at new ways to defer those costs by financing them through debt, which is leasing. Those are methods that we can use to reduce that year-over-year capital expense. However, major maintenance is the definition conversation that we need to have with you all this year. What does major maintenance mean? And major maintenance is the year-over-year capital request number that I think you're actually after, because anything that's new on top of that is maybe I'm not, maybe I'm trying to nail down something that's two-part, major maintenance and new things every
Capital
year.
expansion.
Capital expanse.
No, I'm not talking, I personally, I view capital expanse as something new that we want to do.
Right.
And it, so
So
I think
major maintenance.
the way I look at it is capital maintenance is assisting addressing existing assets that in likelihood reduce over the long run your operating expenses, right? Capital expansion is new things that increase your operating expense, right? So I think that's like a really important distinction, because ultimately, if you don't do capital maintenance, your operating expenses will increase because you have more work orders, you have randomly your basement floods, those kind of things, right? So the goal of capital maintenance is to maintain or reduce your long-term operating expenses. Capital expansion will increase your operating expenses, but that doesn't necessarily mean if there's a positive ROI from tax revenue that you might not be neutral, but that's a much more complicated conversation. So our goal is to start focusing on capital maintenance. And then in the rare cases where we believe that capital expansion might be appropriate, that's why for example, the leasing contract that you guys just approved, part of that is that does not authorize any net increase to the fleet. Right? Just because you can afford more doesn't mean we're going to buy more.
Right.
Right? That kind of stuff, because what we're trying to do is stabilize that capital maintenance liability number so that can help us stabilize the overall trend line. Because right now, I think that's something that historically we haven't had a very good process to discuss holistically. And I think that's what Rachel.
It's that you're,
When we say, and thank you, I feel good about that explanation, about those distinctions. When we say we're spending $1.1 million in capital this year, are we is that maintenance or is that expansion? And are we above or are we below what we think we need to keep the organization healthy?
it's 1.1 in major maintenance.
It's major maintenance. Okay.
It's major maintenance. That's where we narrowed in on, and it included a $500,000 emergency, which we actually think can come out. So then we can even get more narrow in on major maintenance itself. So if you go to the appendix in the budget document, you'll see a ton of work that the team has done to really narrow in on the projects that they've got, whether they're ready for them and what those prices look like. And they've started to categorize the kind of work so that we can begin to speak the same language around what is a capital maintenance, major maintenance item and expansion of capital that creates a new major maintenance item. Those are the conversations that we need to have with you all this year, but you'll get far more information out of the capital plan than you've had before.
Thank you. And I appreciate that. And it is a lot of information. And that's why after looking through it, like and we don't have to answer it today. We're not here to approve the budget today. But by the time I do approve the budget, or we as a board approve the budget, I think we should have an answer to the question of whether 1.1 million in major maintenance is is as much as we need or less than we need or more than we need over the long run if we manage to catch ourselves back up. Like I.
And that's in just the general fund.
Yes,
Make
just in the general.
Just in the general. Road and bridge is another conversation that we'll want to have. Same kind of conversation though. Is this expansion or is this major maintenance? Road and bridge is major maintenance predominantly, but they've got new activities that do come in. So those are, again, that same conversation. What does it mean? How are we going to agree? And then moving forward, that gets us closer to understanding annualized year-over-year costs that get us into this deficit spending.
So what other early questions do we have? I've got a couple more, but I don't need to dominate this.
Just one more comment, but sorry. We will have a much more in-depth capital conversation on the 28th about just capital, because that is worthy of its revenue and capital, because there was a worthy of their own conversation, because they are fundamentally different than operating expenses. And in my experience, capital is the one thing that governments struggle with, managing capital. Actually, everyone does. Because it is, it's very hard to see how it is part of an ecosystem of money. It is part of a money cycle. Not necessarily, it feels like a one-time expense because of our focus on the budget, but it can yield very steep changes to your overall expense curve. And I think that's where we need to be very disciplined here.
So where are we in getting our outbuildings assessed?
We kind of know where we're at. I think I'm gonna have a conversation with Matt, who is not here right now, about potentially accelerating that assessment because of the situation with the basement. Not having to go back twice potentially to renovate the basement.
Right.
But it has not been something on board direction that we have prioritized right
So
now.
we haven't put the annex on the market yet.
No. We will need direction from you to do that.
We need to know who's moving here and build the offices for them to be in before that can go on the market, right?
So we're hoping that when we talk about liquidating buildings, we're talking about that influx of money from those liquidations. We're hoping that we can staff it, or at least I am. I don't want to speak for staff. Hoping that we can use some of that influx of money to deal with major maintenance and things and not have it go into our operating budget because it's one-time money.
Right.
So
Well, and also we don't want to conduct major maintenance on a building that may just be.
exactly.
torn down.
Part of the reason why we are liquidating properties is to bring that major maintenance number that Rachel's talking about down.
Right.
Because capital is cheap until it's not, right? And so I think the overall goal of the facilities assessment was to not only get our very valuable square footage in this county potentially back in the commercial market to be used for things that generate revenue and provide jobs and things, but also to reduce our maintenance liability. Because right now I think we're overbuilt. And we have not been investing in capital in the way we need to. But it's not the conversation is not just maintain what you have. It's make sure that what you have is what you need. And that's what the facility assessment is going to hopefully get us to.
And is that being currently conducted?
It's getting currently conducted. We're going to hold off on it until Q1 of next year. But I think we're probably going to accelerate that at this point because of the basements
No,
conversation.
I think that's prudent because
Yeah.
we've been talking about that for 6 months now with, the road show and everything else. And I think people want to see movement on that.
Yeah.
I do remember you giving us a heads up about the very team that was helping do that suddenly
In the basement.
flood.
Yeah, the conversation that we've been having around capital has been activity number, as opposed to facility numbers. Facility and numbers. So
I see what you're saying.
there's a distinction. So you actually don't holistically get a view on how much a building costs on major maintenance if you're only line iteming out activities and then they're all coming up against each other for per actual work money. This is a change from that because the team has built out their sheets per facility and per activity and per type of activity so that you can get a better understanding of what is going on within a facility and why they're asking for those funds. They've also built in the 10-year outlook for each of those facilities where they've identified needs so that even after you do your facility assessment, the team is already building in 10 years out. We know the courthouse facility, this court facility has 10-year projected major maintenance costs. They've already estimated that. So the work that Colton may be doing in Q1 will only validate potentially what the staff have already put forward in this year's budget.
The other question that I had was, if the ballot measure passes, is that like an automatic thing? So when you have to certify the mills, that goes?
So what will happen, it doesn't change the work that Donna will do, the assessor will do at all. She'll continue her assessed value. We've already calculated out how the cap would influence the mill levy. All we're doing is adding mills within that levy conversation. So December 9th, you'll be getting a document that either contains or does not the new mill levies for the ESGID, the Emergency Services General Improvement District. Once those are in, then we can continue forward with December 9th. So we'll have enough time by the time December 9th hits us to know whether or not that mill levy is going to relieve the general fund of a potential jump on from the ambulance fund.
Okay, thank you.
I'm trying to like frame these all as like early questions as I really dig in, because I haven't gone into this in great detail. Help me understand the difference between requested revenue and proposed revenue. On the expense side, that makes sense. You've got a wish list and we went through and heard all of those, but yeah. So like what is, are there requests for revenue that are not being, like what's happening between requested and proposed revenue?
So we are still trying to narrow in on our projections within some of these revenues, but requested revenue and proposed revenue, the distinction was trying to say whether or not we actually have a grant in our hands or we don't. Or do we trust our projection or do we not? So that was the distinction in those revenue numbers. So best case scenario and worst case scenarios for revenues and expenses were built into the requested numbers. And then those proposed numbers were our, okay, this is kind of our gut check, what it could look like.
So proposed is what we really think is going to happen. Requested is
Maybe if it works out.
So I think part of what we want to talk about this year with the board is potentially a mid-year check-in on budget for next year.
is if it's bad. Okay.
Yeah, so right
Okay.
now we're looking at a lot of uncertainty, right?
Okay.
I think Rachel and I have a comfort level with our top line projections as far as property tax, which is very stable, sales tax, I think I'm comfortable with where we're at, but we can have a much longer conversation about how we landed on that number with the board on the 4th. It's really along the lines of some of the fee-based revenue that's very volatile, that's difficult. Things like lodging tax, which has shown a lot of problems this last year and doesn't look like it's improving at all. We were trying to track realistically with if if we didn't meet expenses this year, what does that mean for, because the reality is we've got to do this before we have all the information, right? So there's like a 4-month period where we kind of are blind here. And normally on a normal year, that's easy or to deal with. But right now, you're seeing a lot of volatility, right? Month to month and stuff. That's very hard to parse out. Just, either using algorithmic models or just like your basic logic. For example, right? August, we were down 6% compared to last year in sales tax, but then we were up 8% in September, right?
Huh.
So when we're starting to see this like really rapid, it's being reflected a lot in the macro economy too. I mean, gold prices, like everyone is kind of running around right now. So, you know, we have some fees particularly that are extremely volatile, right? And I think we want to have a larger conversation with the board about how to handle that. Because when we miss those potentially small numbers in the overall budget, they kind of go under the radar. Are we looking at a full revision down? Are we comfortable eating a little bit of that risk and hoping that it works out, you know? So
The budget document this year too really lists out they're called interdepartmental revenues, and that's the grant money. You're going to see a number that is very similar to last year's number. That was based on having Erica project out all our grant applications. Why would those numbers be similar? It's aggressive grant pursuit. Having ARPA go away, that number should have dropped off significantly, and it didn't. So we are still, as a county, over-reliant on year-over-year one-time money, and our ability to continue to force out the door some of these dollars that we really need to have to function, especially in public health and especially in human services. We have this opportunity because the ACFR is the place from which we start building the budget. We can readjust our projections, and that's when we began turning. Okay, so when Colton says we really have a 4-month window, it's really a very narrow 4-month window, given where we just finished the ACFR for 24, and then we're turning immediately. And we're going to be doing the same thing at the end of this next year, where we're aggressively watching with our ACFR, our annual comprehensive financial report. We're going to be watching the end of year and then turning quickly to say, okay, do we have a mid-year problem already? That only because we've got this interdepartmental revenue, which we are so beholden to, and we have to either address it or find another mechanism.
How
for
much
getting
do
money.
we get in grants? How much are we?
10 million, over 10 million. And if you're looking at just what that's holistically 10 million across all the funds. If you look just at what property tax is going to yield, it'll be about the same amount. So this is a significant picture that we really need to continue that pressure around granting.
Sometimes I accuse you of oversimplifying, and sometimes I accuse you of overcomplicating. In this case, I think you're oversimplifying when you say 10 million in grants. Are you talking about like the state share of our DHS costs? Yes.
Discretionary.
That's not a grant,
And
right?
yes, it is.
That's an amount in statute that the state gives us.
It's still a grant if it's shut off.
This is why I think you're oversimplifying. I want to make sure my colleagues understand that this is not money that we have to apply and compete with another county for. It's
Oh.
money that statute says we will receive.
Oh, interesting.
Unless the federal government shuts it off.
Gonna say
Of
we're
course,
getting
of
ready to deal
course.
with that right
So
now.
that's still grant money that we as a county, we as a county give money to the state gives the money to the Fed says, okay, we'll give you back your money.
Some of it.
And then maybe not. So that maybe not situation is where we're at. When I say there's still discretionary grants, Human Services team still has to adopt a plan. That plan has to fit the national objective. Those national objectives drive the grant money. They're a formula distribution of grant money that form a national agenda that we continue to support as an organization. And that's a good thing because it supports our human services and it supports our public health. But that's the distinction between formulaic grants and discretionary grants. The discretionary grants, we still have a significant amount of money in. So that $10 million includes both. But there's no guarantee if our human services team didn't adopt their annual planning, they wouldn't be able to gain access.
Right.
So
And
it's national
we have confidence
dollars.
as well.
Yeah,
I mean, there's
absolutely,
no
we do.
guarantee that a fire doesn't eliminate a third of our property tax base. So I just want us to be be talking about risk in ways that are appropriate, because there's CChat, which we have to go out, we have to find a grant program that someone has created and compete with other communities and get that grant to keep CCHAT funded. DHS, we have to see something huge happen that affects every county in the state of Colorado to see that funding go away. There's huge different risks there. And so I just want to make sure that when we say things like $10 million a year in grants, that we understand that we're not talking about next year, we've got to go successfully compete for $10 million in grant applications for programs that we don't even know exist yet and haven't identified.
Sure, that's fair. Absolutely. I don't think that was at all the suggestion in my point.
Okay.
My point was, we still rely on a substantial amount outside of property tax and sales tax.
Right.
Okay. Function.
Well, that's what I needed to know, and thank you for the clarification. I just, I feel like we're, kind of leaning over a cliff here and relying on, ropes that could be cut out from under us or whatever.
We are, but it's a nuanced risk conversation.
Okay,
Some of those ropes are stronger than others.
okay.
That was George's point.
What is the sales tax number? Estimated?
For all funds, 7 million.
All funds. So, but for the general fund, it's
Yeah, that's
1.5.
5 for EMS, 75.75% for road and bridge, and 1 for the general fund. Because so if road and bridge, we collect 1%, but we give 0.25 of that 1% or 1/4 of that 1% to the municipalities.
So
For
how,
their roads and bridges.
in dollar amounts, how much is that? For
600 and something thousand is what we give to the municipalities out of the road
That's
and
it.
bridge 1%. I think it's 1.7 to 630 or something like that. It's spelled out in the revenue sheet for road and bridge. You'll see it itemized between 75% and 25%. And what that means is that 1% split.
Can I also bring up one more point around the human services before we get off the human services point? The human services used to have its own reserve fund. Those reserves were then combined a couple of years ago into the general fund reserve. The reserve funds are the best tool that you have for balancing out any of these wild things that may happen on any front. However, it is another opportunity for us to talk about, does human services and public health need to have their own set aside as opposed to just the general fund reserve? We have the general fund reserve, road and bridge reserve, and the open space reserve. Do we need to have another one pulled back in and taken off of the general fund reserve just for human services and public health as a method of communicating where that burden actually is coming from?
We had, I thought, a work session about a supplemental appropriation that I'm not seeing on the printed agenda.
We don't need the supplemental appropriation anymore. We will talk, because of how much we did not spend our expenses, which is why the expense side.
Except for lunch.
That requested budget looks different than it did before. We're going to talk about them as unfunded expenses with the board for transparency and talk about why we didn't need the budget supplement this year. Because we did post budget supplement, we thought we might need it. We are really underspending our expenses, which is why we use a different method for budget this year, which allowed us to absorb COLA, FT increases, all of these things without necessarily having our deficit actually drop without the corresponding revenues, because we have historically, I shouldn't say historically because we didn't last year, but in previous years to that, not hit our expense numbers. So.
Okay. I don't know that I have any other immediate questions on the budget. Colleagues, how about you?
No. Well, it
Okay.
sounds like we're gonna go through it anyways.
We're gonna go through it a bunch.
And we want to have very isolated conversations instead of trying to talk holistically about 900 things at once. That's the whole method behind the 4 separate meetings. When we talk about capital revenue, we're going to talk about capital revenue on its own. And then talk about operational expenses amongst the divisions on their own. And then when we come back on the 4th, we'll have hopefully addressed everything kind of systematically and it'll be a little bit easier to understand.
And, okay, so as I understand it, what I'll be trying to do is understand the big picture. And then try to figure out if there are a couple things on that request list I can say yes to.
Right. Or, and look at, we're open to anything. You guys got both, like, for example, for capital, you got the major maintenance items that we recommended. But there's also everything else on there, right? And we can talk about each one of those projects individually. And their importance and not importance. And the board, we're looking for the board to tell us, hopefully by the end of that workshop, what capital items they're willing to support, so we can set those aside, build them in,
Move next to that.
and then move on to the next thing, right?
Okay.
And then obviously there might be some give and take at the end, but that's what that 4th meeting is for.
So then I think we've got a couple of, do we understand the two motions, colleagues? Any questions about the two motions that this is an action session. We've got two motions to make. And if we don't have any questions about them, then I think we're ready for them.
Thank you.
Okay. I move to set November 4th, 2025 as the date of the public hearing regarding the proposed combined budget and to publish notice of the budget hearing date.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 I also move to set December 9th, 2025 as the date for the special meeting to adopt the combined budget and to publish notice of the special meeting date.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Okay, so then last thing, I don't want to be between you all and lunch. That's Colton's job because it's consideration of approval of agreement for professional services between Clear Creek County and World Architects Incorporated, doing business as World Architects and Engineers, to conduct a comprehensive jail needs assessment study.
Is it World or Wold?
Old.
Wold. Thank you.
It's the last name.
Oh. Yep.
Yes, for the record.
My brain just, did you ever see the, all right, then
So what sits before you is the proposal and contract. We conducted a fairly long RFP process to try to get a firm that is both going to look at the cost of renovating our jail, which is, I would say in capital terms, coming close to the end of its life, as well as alternative confinement methods, which includes contracting with a neighboring county for our in-house or our county inmates. This is complicated by the existence of the federal contract with the marshals, where we house federal inmates for revenue.
Oh, we still have an ongoing contract.
Yes. As well as the needs of the court for appearances, we will still in all likelihood have to, there's a lot of complications that go into that move. This is a hugely technically and legally complicated move. We want to have experts in jails come in and look at not only our existing infrastructure, but what it would take to move our operations off-site versus modify our jail potentially to bring expenses down. All of the options basically to help us be more fiscally sustainable with our confinement operations. This is very much an open assessment. We are trying to go into this open to any ideas, but the goal is to figure out how to make confinement more fiscally sustainable for us. It is one of our largest, if not our single largest general fund draw on the expense side. We also have other counties in the state that have gone with alternative methods, including Ouray and Lake, which are both in the staffing assessment that you received. This is a very expensive assessment. I'm not going to mince words about it. It's $119,000 max. They actually were the second cheapest and the most qualified in our view. They have a lot of experience in Colorado, which is really important because they have our own state prison statutes that are a little bit more expensive and intense than some other states, right? For a good reason. But given the complication of this and the huge potentially relief on our general fund amount, we felt like it was important to do this as this analysis as detailed and extensive as possible, looking at all options, so that we can come back with a recommendation for the board at the end. We currently hope to be complete with it in Q1, potentially early Q2, with the assessment and have that be a big part of the conversation on 27's budget. Any other questions? We can afford it. Sorry, we can afford it because of some of the savings in the general fund this year from a lot of different sources. So we don't need a budget supplement to approve it, but it is above my spending authority. And even if it wasn't, when we're talking about that kind of money, we would still be having this conversation with the board about. Staff personally believes that this is really important to do this with a third party as correctly and as holistically as possible, because this is a huge decision. It's one of the areas of the county that we have not looked at in the area and with the amount of detail that we have some others. And given the portion of our general fund that it takes up, it's really important that we make sure that we're doing this one correctly. Because there's also a lot of legal liability with doing this incorrectly.
And Peter has reviewed this.
Reviewed the RFP as well as the documents and participated in the selection process as well.
Thank you.
As well as Captain Lucas and Holly.
Big Pluth.
Holly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is a consensus recommendation from legal and policy in the sheriff's office.
And this will be concluded in April.
March or April, I think it depends a lot on their ability to work with some of the other jurisdictions to get their costs on our outsourcing. Because that's not necessarily in their control, but they're going to be asked to get costs from other
From
bed rates, things like
leasing
that.
Facilities.
If we have a schedule stretch, that's the one area I'm concerned of because we don't control that necessarily. But we will keep the board updated on the progress of the project.
Okay.
And this is just facilities.
No, this is the whole jail operation, including alternative confinement options and potentially even ways to reduce our need to arrest people in general. So it's a holistic look at our cost liability with how the current jail is operating.
Okay, but not like, say like our vehicles lease
No.
versus own. It's just about
This
that.
is throughout the confinement. This is around confining people in the jail,
Okay.
right?
So we don't need the sheriff to sign off on this as well?
On the agreement itself, it's the board's agreement because it's the board's jail.
But I believe Sheriff Harris.
Acting authority. So
Yeah.
Yes.
When the sheriff, the agreement with Georgetown, we're going to sign that document.
Right.
All right.
And
It's the board that always signs the contracts on behalf of any of the elected offices.
I believe you've heard Matt Harris's, Sheriff Harris's position on, he just wants to go where the data shows him. This is how we do it.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
Because I think this is, not to speak too much for other counties, but a lot of other counties have done this because they've been forced to. We at least have the luxury of going into this with a full set of options. So I think it would be wise for us to look at all of them against each other before we make a decision.
And by forced to, you mean conditions have become so bad that someone from the state has come.
The state told them to shut their jail down and
Wow.
they didn't have a choice, really.
But it is also a financial aspect as well. And more counties are moving towards a model where they outsource their jail responsibilities.
It's the regionalization of jails is becoming very common. Because that old shack out in front of the courthouse over here, that's just not a jail anymore, right? I mean, we owe our confined population mental health services, all sorts of things like that. And it's very difficult for small tax bases to absorb all of those costs.
Am I to assume too that they'll look at like, it'll save us in insurance?
They'll analyze all of those factors. That's part of the RFP. And then we'll also follow up when we have a meeting with them ultimately as they do what their evaluation. But realistically, it should address all of that because we still have certain requirements that we're going to have to deal with, whether it's transporting arrestees to another jail facility. And then some of it will have to do with our agreements ultimately with those other jail facilities. So there's a lot to be determined, but they'll help lay it out.
As well as how do we work with the court?
Right.
Because people have to come back here for court appearances. We have to have a holding facility in all likelihood for up to 48 hours. So this is not just as simple as signing a contract and say, hey, Jeffco, you
And
handle it,
we'll still
right?
be paying their medical expenses and everything else that goes along with.
In all likelihood, but again, it would depend on what that contract or proposal looks like from an outside entity. It's a flat rate that absorbs all expensive. It's a flat rate just for a bed rate plus any additional needs. I don't know. I mean, that will come out in the assessment.
On that. You have anything about, never mind, commercial leases? So I'm not gonna second guess the selection. Love the process. I know this has been a board goal to talk about the jail. The thing that is on my mind is that as it relates to like you said, timeline risk, like what's the timeline with the other counties and the other agencies, like the district attorney, the court system, you know, I think it's probably wise for us as a board to know if there's a need for a commissioner to support this process in any way, by calling a partner and saying, hey, you're about to get this request, you know, we hope you can move it through quickly. It may be helpful for us to know right now for staff to know which commissioner to reach out to.
Would be good.
Can I volunteer to be the liaison on this?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Sure.
You've taken a tour of our jail, right?
I have taken it to our jail. We were supposed to do it every year. That reminds me.
Yes.
We talked about jail tours and we said, we want to do it together.
Yeah.
Great. And
But then we have to do a public notice if we're doing that.
that means that we need to have it be on an agenda before the end of the year for us to go do a tour of the jail.
Right. And we did, Colton and I talked with Amy about ensuring those statutory things and having that list. So we'll have to arrange to do that for you.
So that's in process, or
I think I think the goal is to fit it into an existing meeting somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll make it.
Yeah, I took an official one as a candidate, so that wouldn't count, and that was a year ago.
And you don't have to tour it as a board. You can individually tour it if that's easier for you. Literally going over there, just keep us in the loop that you've gone. But, the sheriff's office may want some notice so they make sure that there's adequate personnel for you to have.
And all three of us, if we do it at a separate time, get the same tour and see everything we need to see too.
Right. It's completely up to you what's easier scheduling wise. There's no requirement you do it as a board. For our tracking purposes, that's an ease, but if you tell us that you've met that requirement, we check it off the list. So.
Yeah, I think it's pretty easy to get I was just it was like after a board meeting and the sheriff happened to be there and I said, yeah, I'd be interested in seeing actually it was a meeting about the jail.
Jail's always open, so.
And I said, I'd love to, and Captain Lucas just took me down, gave me a tour, so.
Right. Does the board have a preference or?
Whatever's easiest.
I
could do it after work today.
A slight preference is for us to be able to do it as a board, as we stated. Not a huge preference.
That's fine. We'll set it on a day where we think that will end a little earlier, so you'll be able to go from the meeting to
Okay,
that.
yeah, that works too.
Okay. But it's not like, I don't want to if you want to go tour the jail this afternoon, not gonna.
Well, let's see how long the day goes to.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Okay.
Take care of it.
So then we don't need a motion here, do we? Yes, we do. I think I know where this one's gonna go. Anybody care to make a motion?
I move that the Board of County Commissioners approve the agreement for professional services between Clear Creek County and Wold Architects Incorporated, doing business as Wold Architects and Engineers, to conduct a comprehensive jail needs assessment study.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much.
I would like to say too, that I hope the public understands this after all the issues that we've had with the sheriff's department and the complaints that we've had, that this is very important that we get this done, so that things are done right. It's a high cost, but in turn, hopefully we'll save lives, save time, save everything.
This is really around the trend line, right? This is a huge amount of money that we spend on the jail.
Yeah.
And that's not even really
Yeah,
included.
yeah, this isn't the huge amount of money on
This is not-
consultants, it's
no.
on the jail.
It feels like a lot of money for a study, but the cost savings here are immense potentially.
Yeah.
Plus, we want to make sure that if the decision is made to retain the jail, we understand what our capital liability is in 10 years and we got to rebuild that thing.
Right.
Right? These things are not cheap, right? And, decisions were made by previous sheriffs and boards on with the way that jail is configured. I think it's not the most efficient thing in the world. So we want to make sure that we just are making the most informed decision possible, because this really does affect that trend line.
Right.
I mean,
Okay.
I have one question. There's a work session, and maybe we addressed it because you had asked about the supplemental appropriation. The work session involving the unbudgeted expenditures budget supplemental, item number 10. I just didn't know from a matter of forms if Rachel, if that's a quick discussion or not, in terms of Rachel having to come back.
I love that about you, Peter. Thank you.
Oh, as in like we could do this now and then.
We could knock it out is what I'm wondering, but still then take a break for lunch before we do the sheriff stuff. It's up to you guys. I just wanted to note that.
That's fine with me. I mean, also, we just discussed the budget, so it's kind of fresh. So colleagues, you good with
Yeah,
that?
yes, absolutely.
Okay, let's take up item 10 and then we'll go on a break.
Okay.
So this one is on when we started, thank you very much. Sure, the budget conversation in 25, we said, okay, we're going to check in twice and see how our spending is going. The first was in May, and we did a supplemental at that time. And commissioners, the two new commissioners were here. Really hard process to do a supplemental without having been part of the budget. Now you've been in it a while. We've had a 101, we had a 202. And now we're looking at what does the end of year 2025 look like? And what I provided to you is a summary of projections. And the team is spending underneath the budget for the end of the year. In the general fund in particular, we are requesting, and because I'm not projecting that we're going to be overspending in the general fund, that we actually will have some potential savings. My hope is to get your support in providing the operations noted in the memo, the okay to move forward with the spending. When the general fund, when you adopt the budget, you adopt the general fund total balance. You don't identify the line items. What you're seeing right now and how we build up to that larger number, are all the line items. That's the kind of question in today's conversation about how we actually finish out this year and where we put money and put the burden of our work. So I'll start with the ask for the maintenance team and the mapping team. The maintenance and mapping team and internal services overall was one of the teams that was severely cut during 2025's budget. They are the ones who are having to deal with the flooding. They're the ones who have the burden of the capital improvement projects that have not been able to be completed this year in the capital fund. So the savings that they do every day to be proactive in the maintenance work is done in a group with a group of people who have not been fully staffed, who are understaffed, and they need more time. And we're starting to see spending in overtime, which, if you can imagine, they were cut by 8 hours. Then they're now doing overtime hours on top of that, means they are actually being paid at a higher rate. Because individuals who were taken down to 32 hours were reduced, not in their pay. Their pay was maintained, but that required us to inflate their hourly rate. So they're receiving overtime at a higher rate. We're also seeing their demand on their work at a high. Now, I appreciate all of their work. I'm not saying that they should be paid any differently as a human being. I'm just saying that what's happened is they need staff and they need their hours back. So it saved the county actually in the long run if we go back to getting them fully staffed and on board with additional staff.
Are you raising your hand as an example or are you?
No, I just had
I didn't even
something-
see him out of my corner of my eye.
add-
I didn't even see him. Sorry. So
No,
thank you.
that's okay. That's okay.
So I think, this is one of the policy holes that we have. And as the interim county manager, I felt like it was important to be transparent, right? We have the budget to pay for these upgrades from an additional 0.2 FTEs for each one of these positions to get them back to 40 hours a week. So technically, I don't need board approval. Having said that, FTEs are the biggest cause of that trend line to move over time, right? Because once they're adjusted, they're kind of permanent until the board makes very painful and, hard decisions about FTE reduction, right? So the reason that we're coming here is that even though I have the authority to do it, I'm looking for direction on whether or not I should do it from the board, right? And you can have the authority to tell me not to. But I think in the case of facilities, mapping, and the transfer station, we
Transfer
have,
station's not in this memo.
that's right. We do have an additional request that we need to talk to the board about as part of this meeting. We don't have, we're seeing some inefficiencies in the amount of reduction that we saw. So like, as Rachel pointed out, we are essentially of the 29 of the last 36 pay periods, 2 of the maintenance techs worked over 32. Right, just to maintain operations, which means they are being paid honestly already more than their 0.8 FTEs because they keep having to work longer. The other additional thing is that we were showing significant savings in the maintenance and operations line item for outside services for contractors because we are lucky enough and blessed enough to have a general contractor as our supervisor who is able to self-perform this work. We can give him more staff. Until the basement happened, we fully expect to see reductions in outside services costs that are, if not, that could completely cover that salary, right? Because we were on track to almost $65,000 in savings on those line items by using the team the way that we did, right? But they're currently working as evidenced by their overtime allotment an unsustainable rate for those 2 positions. So
you told me a story about a handrail.
yes.
Can you remind me?
So what happened was the health clinic, we needed to have an ADA handrail out the back door by the dumpsters. We got a quote for $4,500 from a contractor to build one, and our maintenance team did it for $1,500. Right? So that's what we're talking about as far as our ability to self-perform work. I think but the result is that is a lot harder for facilities to do. It results in a lot of savings for the county. So we want to encourage more self-performance of work and not as much reliance on contractors, but we need to make sure that their workloads are sustainable in that model. And so if we are going to substitute staff time for outside services contracts, we need to make sure that that staff time is not burnt out. Because, realistically, it is easier to rely on outside people to do it, but you pay a premium for that. right? So this is because what the facility team deals with on a day-to-day basis is major maintenance or minor maintenance only. They are really an operating expense, right? If you have a jail toilet clogged, that's not a capital project. That needs to be addressed today, right now, right? If an AC unit fails, John has been in the roof of the animal shelter fixing inverters and that new AC system every morning for 2 months because it keeps turning off, right? We are not relying on contractor to do that. So we really think that we have a real opportunity here to really over the long term make our facilities operations very sustainable and unreliant as much as possible on outside services, but we need to make sure that their workload is sustained.
So the other point in this around the maintenance team is the flooding and the cost of that work. We can accommodate this general fund cycle. We do not have to push it over and into 26. So part of this conversation today is to make sure we're going to go ahead and, if you're on board, complete that work internally with the team and cover the cost, because we can this year on the 25, because we couldn't get other capital projects done.
What happens to the pay rate of somebody that went to 32 hours and then now is going up to 40?
So they would receive a comp adjustment. Anyone who works 40 will be paid at market. So they will receive, this is where it gets complicated, right? So the board direction last year was to bring people back to 32s and make sure their home pay did not change, right? In lieu of paying the comp adjustment, which was an increase in their salary overall. So we were able to basically trade them quality of balance of life for actual cash, which we don't do.
It was like a 20%.
It depends. Yes, sure. But that, speaking as an economist, that's a little bit of an economic fallacy to equivalent those things. Generally speaking, time off is not economically equivalent to money, right? Now, I know people might feel that way, right? But the decision was made at the time is that's what we needed to do because we had an insane turnover rate and we didn't really have a lot of options because we didn't have cash to pay them, right? If someone gets moved back to 40, they will get paid at market what they would make likely any other employer. Their take-home pay as a result will increase, but they will be working more hours.
But their hourly rate
Might go down depending on the situation,
They won't
depending on
make-
how far they are off market.
They won't make less money.
They won't make less
Their
money.
hourly rate will be different.
Right.
We
So-
had to have that conversation with them too, so they weren't surprised. Even though everybody knows that, it genuinely, when you look at a different hourly rate and then you have to go down to a different hourly rate, it feels gross. It doesn't feel good as a person. And we had to just remind them it was an effort to make sure that no one lost their actual salary by going down 8 hours to accommodate this issue that we had last year.
And it is very,
So when they go up to 40 at market rate, it sounds like most of them would get a raise.
they will all get take-home pay increases. It's
Okay.
just not on a per hourly basis
Okay.
necessarily.
Okay.
Right?
Got it.
So
Got it.
it is a little bit of a compromise. I mean, their guaranteed take-home pay will go up.
Mhm.
Every position is different. Some people were farther off market than others.
Okay.
It is definitely not the best policy in the world, but given that where we were at the time, it was the compromise that we needed to make. And now we're having this conversation about going back to 40s on an individual position basis because some positions are operating fine on 32s.
Mhm.
Others are not, right?
Which organizational wise will save us money when those 32-hour people are working 40+ hours?
I think there are certain business cases in this one. Yes, if someone is at 32 and operating at an elevated hourly rate and they are truly actually working 40, they're making a ton of money over market, right? So that is kind of the worst case scenario. And I truly believe that facilities is doing everything they can to not do that. But given the fact that their outside services budgets were cut, they lost a vacant position. And they were dropped to 32s. It was like a triple impact. Plus they absorbed the maintenance liability of the jail
Archives.
all in 1 year.
Yeah.
Right? So they haven't,
Does the flood affect the maintenance?
yes,
So that all went on their budget?
Yeah, yes, we did not come to you, and we could have come to you separately and said, okay, open up the reserve. Instead of doing that, because we haven't spent down, the reserve is the intention of the reserve is spend it after you spend your general fund first. So we haven't done that, and that's why
We
we're
didn't need
back
to.
here.
we didn't need to open the reserve because our expenses that were authorized by the board haven't exceeded that amount.
General fund adoption.
The general fund adoption, yeah, and they won't by the end of the year. So we,
Reserves work by fund too, right? That's the
Yes.
general fund reserve
general fund.
for the general fund expense.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
It's the 5 million set aside general fund reserve.
I know it's semantics.
Well, I appreciate that.
Okay.
So the additional, there's another request in here. Do you want to take that one?
Well, I think your point earlier, I'll jump to the next one, which is failed assessment. This is also being transparent. We're covering that in this memo as well and making sure you're aware the district attorney's office is the next one. You did talk about the transfer station. It's not in here. It's another roughly $3,000 just to bring that position through the end of this year up to full-time as opposed to part-time. They've been unable to fill it. And either you go out and try and fill it with a full-time and see if that works, and that's what we're suggesting is the best thing to do next with that position.
So
the transfer
to talk
station.
about the transfer station, so we cannot operate the transfer station with one person. 2 people have to be there because normally during an operating day, especially now that we're open 4 days a week, someone is driving the loads to the transfer station, the actual dump in Republic, right? So we can't have one person. So what's been happening is because we can't fill that seasonal position, because a part-time position for just the summer at the transfer station is not like really, we're not burying applicants, and when we do get them, they turn over very quickly. We have had to been covering that second position with a road and bridge operator.
Oh.
And most of the time on overtime, because they already have their routes they have to run. So we're taking people off the road, away from their road plowing, grading, whatever they're doing, paying them operator rates on overtime to fill that second position.
Okay.
So getting this to full-time hopefully will help us keep it, which then doesn't force us to supplement an operator, a heavy machine operator from road and bridge to cover that responsibility to drive that stuff to the transfer station. Cost us more. That'll cost us more. What we're doing right now, which is unable to fill that half-time seasonal position, is costing us more than if we just made it a full-time position and
Got it.
hopefully
Okay.
filled it. Now, again, like with everything, if we see issues keeping that position, we might be back to the board with another alternative, but we all feel like this is a way that we should see if this will help stabilize that seasonal and make sure that we're not having to substitute machine operators from road and bridge to the transfer station.
What happened?
And sorry, that's not listed here.
It is
No,
not.
We missed it for this memo, and that was our mistake.
You know, I don't think I had a question, but I don't think I have that question.
The budget document, the proposed budget document in the section that talks about full-time equivalents, the FTE chart, you'll see that the budget adjustments for 2025 are listed, and that's the FTE count. And you'll see that the transfer station, the maintenance teams, those adjustments are listed as FY25 adjustments. We're suggesting those come forward as well in the proposed budget for 26. But those are even further lined out. So we're continuing to document those increases.
Can we, oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, so on this, I get all of them except for what is included for the public health.
Great. Okay, so public health is an interesting, and it really pivots off our awesome conversation about grants. But public health is one of the agencies. It's one of those agencies that is completely reliant on federal money anyways, and that is what we're beginning to see. They also have spending. MYN has done an excellent job of finding discretionary grant money to help them out through the end of the year. What I asked the public health team to help me do was to narrow in on what they think at the end of this fiscal year will be their worst case scenario. And that's that 182,000. What I'm asking is that we not initiate the transfer until the end of the fiscal year. I'm hopeful that a federal shutdown ends soon and we don't have to see other kinds of impacts. But it appears that if we're going to see an impact from the shutdown and a reduction in dollars coming to us from the Fed, it's going to be first in public health. And I want to be cautious of leaping too fast and not knowing what that dollar looks like. If we also are going to see it in human services, or we're going to see it in transit, or we're going to see it in other places. I want us to come back to you if we need to do a transfer at the end of this calendar year. We do it in a thoughtful way around what the impact of these federal dollar distributions were like for us this last year and what we actually need to cover that fund. So that's why I'm asking to hold off. Yes, I'm projecting it. Yes, I know what's going to happen. How much is it?
And this is just to keep them running. That doesn't
Correct.
have to do with some of the new procedures that they were cutting certain things like vaccinations, or is this included?
I think that's a really good question to ask Dr. Ryan when we get into those divisional questions, divisional conversations around their 26 budget, because that will give us a better understanding too of what even we need to be building in for 26. It may be at $400,000.
The narrow case here, though, is this is grant money revenue that was projected that has not shown up
Okay.
for whatever reason. A large part of this is that the state, I think, only authorized 75% of their normal payments to public health, and they're waiting on the last 25. And a lot of this has to do with a revenue problem. I mean, it's grant revenue, but it's that money that
Full
was
grants.
budgeted to cover expenses is not showing up more than increased expenses on the public health side,
Right.
right? But 26, it might be more of an expense and revenue problem, depending on what we think the county is going to need to actually have public health versus a strictly revenue issue, right? If we've got to start buying vaccines or certain types of vaccines, right? That's an expense that public health normally would get revenue for that now doesn't, right? As opposed to just grants that were expected and agreed to not showing up, right? So
Those are changes in those national priorities playing out for us here, which is, so it gives us time to have those. You're right, absolutely.
The state of Colorado, if with
Right.
no changes at the federal level, will have cut almost $2 billion out of its budget only because of the state of Colorado's weird fiscal rules.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with the federal government. Just want to remind anybody that's interested in anything like, say, a graduated income tax. This isn't all about what the feds decide. This is also about the legislators that we elect. It's about the governor that we elect, and it's about the stuff that's on our ballot.
thanks, sure. We have one more position in here I'd like to talk about, which is mapping. So
Going down.
GIS is a really critical data source for us for a lot of things. They hold the data not for just them, but a bunch of other divisions within our operation that rely on them. They went essentially from 3 FTEs in 25 to 0.8 because the needs of facilities is taking up all of Matt Taylor's time, who's the director of internal services, to backfill their needs because they're so shorthanded that now Megan, our single GIS technician, is basically doing everything. And she cannot maintain just the amount of data needed for the assessor and the clerk's office and everyone who needs accurate GIS data by herself. So the proposal would be to bring her to 40. And then the additional benefit of potentially offsetting more of that facilities workload and taking that off Matt is Matt now has capacity to help her. Because right now, the result of both the cuts to facilities and mapping resulted in Matt now primarily needing to work with facilities, which has left Megan on her own with GIS. And GIS for almost all governments is pretty much a core service at this point because we need that information is so important to things like the assessor. Even sending our mailers out, on notifications to the public. The better our GIS data is, the better we can conform people of things that are happening for our own rules.
So bottom line, you're just proposing adding 0.2 FTE to make it a 1 FTE?
Yes, bring her
or
back to
anything
40.
more?
And then in the 26 budget, full transparency, there will be a proposal to add another facility tech
Correct.
on the argument that that will even further reduce Matt's time, which will allow him to shift back to mapping in a
Okay.
more
Capital
full-time
projects.
capacity. Because right now, I would say it's a 90-10 split
Wow.
on his
Right.
time because
So another FTE for mapping or for maintenance?
Maintenance.
maintenance, that'll be in 26 though. All we're asking. for
I've got
is
it for
that we
26.
Bring Megan back to full-time
Okay. Thank you.
because we essentially dropped that department by 2.2 FTEs.
The next item that we're talking about, addressing is the district attorney's office
Yes.
and covering, providing essentially a fifth payment to them this year to cover their deficit that they have and make sure that they have enough money to pay their bills through the end of the year. And all the counties have agreed to doing that. Those dollars, I think
All the
we,
District 5 counties.
all the District 5 counties.
This is not agreement to,
Next.
26,
This is
correct.
not an agreement to the 26 budget ask. This is
Correct.
because for some reason they realized with about 3 weeks to go that they were going to be unable to afford payroll. Right?
Correct.
Yes.
And this is not about us. Like we still have the opportunity to ask the same questions of the DA's office that we ask of all of our divisions and the sheriff's office about how many vacancies they have, how their staff has grown, what kind of capital plans they have in mind, et cetera, right?
Shout out to the finance team at Eagle County.
At
They
Eagle.
really went through their books and we are really providing them the bare minimum to make payroll for this last quarter. The longer conversation with the, quite frankly, huge increase in their budget request item for 26 will be on the
Double.
future board of agenda.
It's on
Talk
the,
of that's
on the
for me, the
26th.
larger concern as a trend line person. Is this like long-term commitment? Obviously, that's not fun, to have to come up with $81,000 and 3 weeks notice to pay payroll, but we are paying them less than half of what they asked for initially for that last quarter, right?
Good.
This is literally the,
So you negotiated that down or?
the
that was
finance directors.
Eagles, the finance directors from all the county, but primarily Eagle.
Wow.
County's team really looked through their books and said, no, you actually only need this amount of money to make Q4's payroll. And it's about half of what they originally asked us for. So we're confident with that number. Having said that, the long-term
It's in the
expenses of the DA, which is currently packed into the budget because we haven't had the opportunity to talk to them yet, but they will be coming to the board on the 4th. Heidi will be coming to talk. to the
Oh,
board
for 2026.
for their 2026 budget, which is about, and the thing is that's like an FTE. As soon as we stick that number and approve it, it's never going down, right? So,
She's still
And
coming virtual.
no, she will be here in person. Her assistant is gonna be here personal, the person who did the books. Mindy, so our title.
So will staff have prepared questioning line items on their budget? Or what can we actually do when that office comes?
We've already provided those. The finance team has already provided those. They're already providing answers.
Oh, good.
Have those ready.
Very good.
You've asked a bunch of questions of
Yes.
the DA?
Yes.
Great.
So we'll get those to you. George, I believe, sent some questions. I would encourage all of you to send questions or be prepared for questions when the DA speaks. This is a little bit, staff's in a weird position here because we don't have any idea of what their operations are. We feel like those questions need to be asked. We can definitely provide questions to the board, but they need to answer. We, because we don't have any visibility to what's going on over there.
Right.
Just like any other division.
Right.
I mean, did they suddenly get an influx of criminals?
And did this, were you able to make this point ever that, they shouldn't base our expenses
on the number of crimes committed in our county? Because it's not like our residents are committing the crimes. It's like some of them are, obviously. But we've got, criminal elements coming up I-70.
I think we could make that argument. I think particularly that's not a great argument because anyone can say that,
Yeah.
right? We are obviously just, we
Yeah,
are an
Eagle
outlier,
Summit.
right?
Yeah, yeah.
I would imagine that a lot of these tourism-based
Get the
counties
same-
might have the same story.
Okay.
I will say, we do a disproportionate caseload based on our population, and it's
Okay.
huge. If we
Thank
use
you.
Lake as a
That's what I meant.
we do twice, if not more than them, twice plus some, if I remember correctly, caseload over Lake, which is the same, which is a few less people, but more importantly, a much smaller true market population, which is how we want to talk about some of these services, because we have a lot more people here generally than our population.
Mhm.
Having said that, the formula that is partly in statute, partly in agreement with District 5 takes into account our small tax base and
Oh.
our small population.
Right.
So we actually, I believe, get a fairly good deal from District 5 on that proportion,
And they,
right?
they also back out
Share.
If far as the share.
the share that we
The
pay.
share, not their overall expenses. That's still open for conversation. The split between Eagle, Lake,
The
thank you,
method of the
George,
formula.
and Summit and Eagle, I feel like we're getting a fair treatment on that front, on the split, not the necessarily the high end expenses.
And we also manage the grant application for gaming dollars for the district attorney's office to District 5, which they back out of their general fund request to us
Mhm.
as well. So we do receive money from the gaming program for the DA's office, and then it goes
thank
straight over.
Okay.
Yeah, it goes straight over to them.
All right,
They
well,
back that
makes
out
me
as
feel a little
well.
bit better.
Mhm.
Okay.
So I would, to me, this is not, the DA's conversation, if I had a recommendation of the board, is not about the split. The split, I think, is fair,
Okay.
if not beneficial to us. It's the top line.
The dollar.
How much are we splitting? Like that top level number
Right.
that I
Like,
think is open.
Do,
for
do, do
discussion.
you have everybody just working 40 hours a week? Because when I was a DA, everybody worked like 60, 65,
Right.
70 hours a week.
Yeah, I'm gonna appreciate your questions. I just remembered that you're a prosecutor. So I want to share with you like the questions that I have prepared. I also, for what it's worth, I think our biggest challenge is figuring out how to get the boards of 4 different counties to not be divided and then conquered, right? We run a real risk because we've got 4 different presentations. By the time we get our presentation, 2 other counties could have said, yeah, we'll do it. And then what's our ability to say no at that point? And so I'm begging, and if you're talking to our colleagues in DA5, in Summit, in Lake, in Eagle, please support me in begging them not to make decisions until we all have a chance to develop an opinion and then discuss it amongst one another.
Maybe it'd be interesting to look on their agendas and see when their presentation was and watch them.
Lake has already gotten theirs.
Right, they're moving forward. And so I sent an email asking making a request, don't make a decision regarding the budget on your own. Making an invitation to our November 4th presentation so that they can hear our questions, be in questions. And
Do you know if they record theirs and have them like we have ours?
They have to.
they should. And then
Peter, can I ask a question of Peter really quick? Is it by law, they have only an ability to request from us their operating expenses, and it's just that dollar number that's the number that I just was wondering how much opportunity we have to say no.
I'm happy to discuss this in more detail.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay.
So what you mean to say is it's complicated.
It is somewhat complicated because we have to ultimately determine what exactly are necessary expenses.
Right. And so like the questions I have come up with are the same kinds of questions I ask of the Human Services Department and the Sheriff's Office when they have a budget request, right? Please share your org chart, including FTE counts and indicate any vacancies. Please share any information about positions that have been created in the last 5 years. Please share the history of changes of salaries among your staff in the last 5 years. Please share any anticipated capital needs, and please share any ideas you have about how to reduce this request and what the impacts of those ideas would be. That's what I have come up with.
That's good.
And so, but I want to encourage us to be, we all know our budget. I don't have to lecture anybody about our situation. We have to lecture our colleagues in other counties, and I've kind of started that process. And so please, let's focus on it.
I know Lake is extremely concerned. their board is not happy at all.
Okay.
Because they run a shoestring budget like we do. They don't have a lot of extra money.
Mhm.
We
And-
potentially are having another follow-up meeting with the county managers to discuss this request
Oh,
again.
good.
We're hoping to get that scheduled soon before the 4th.
Yeah. Well, I
to make
know
sure
that
that we're
Summit and
coordinated.
Eagle have heard your presentation because they were at the I-70 Coalition.
Mhm.
Where
I mean,
you were talking about our unique situation.
Right. But I think that budget realities are hitting everybody. So I don't
Right.
think anyone's gonna be
Right. We don't need the
Taking
Cadillac
this-
version
likely.
of a district attorney. We want to find out where the money's going.
Right. I mean, obviously we want to prosecute cases, but like what kinds of cases are you selecting, right? Are you out here prosecuting? What are you out here prosecuting?
Right. I mean, we
it too
don't want to
much?
be subsidizing a prosecutor's career just to get a lot of numbers,
Right.
If they're just prosecuting low-hanging fruit because it's easy, so they can say they have a 90% conviction rate, that doesn't necessarily
This is-
benefit us.
This is the kind of nuance. God, I'm so grateful to have you in this moment. A suggestion I have, the harder the question, the more appreciated a heads up about that question is from the person that you're preparing to interrogate. So I'm sending all these questions to Heidi. I should send them today. I should have sent them last week. Because I don't want, anyway, that's all. What else? We have a work session. You're not asking for direction.
Yes, I'm asking for direction that if you don't want me to increase these FTE counts and bring these key positions back to 40, I believe we've gotten into agreements on the basement and the jail assessment and some of those other items. That was more for transparency. What I'm asking is tell me not to do it. If you think that I should not bring these positions back to 40.
This is our opportunity.
This is opportunity to tell me not to do it because technically, because we don't have a policy that, and Peter, I'm looking at you, make sure I'm correct here. A policy that allows us to that we have to go back to the board when FTEs change, only budget. Since we can afford it, I don't need board approval, but I want board approval because I feel like it sends the right message that like we are really watching FTE increases but I think in the case of these handful of positions, we are looking at a long run cost being more expensive if we do not do something about the capacity of these departments.
Peter, do you agree with what was just said?
Yeah, and realistically, it's entirely, as long as we're within our compensation plan and we have FTE descriptions, they're there, the amount, I mean, I think it's good practice, like you said, to come before the board, but not required, in my view.
So in that case, I think the question for us, does anybody want to advocate for any direction other than what they're going to do within their authority?
No, that was a good. I'm always for finding more efficient ways and you guys tried something, some of it worked, some of it didn't, so.
Well, I was there when we said, let us know where this isn't working. And we'll work it. So I think I'll just
Right.
into that.
I think it's no consequence that where it's not working is the division that could hit the hardest,
Right.
which is normally when reductions come, internal services that are not visible to the public are the ones that get hit hardest. Now, having said that, but that doesn't mean that they don't provide a valuable service, right? And because we are pairing this with reductions in line items on outside expenditures that we believe we can achieve, we are trying to offset these costs the best we can to have them come out budget neutral by just moving these services in-house. So, I know that Matt knows and that John knows that, I'm really watching that to be true, right? Because that's the business case here. Is that if we're telling the board, we're gonna be doing stuff in-house, we're gonna do stuff in-house. Except for the few specialized trades that we might not be able to, right? Like asbestos remediation.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thank you all.
Thank you.
This concludes that work session. We're gonna go on a long break. When we return, we've got 8 and 9, both involving the sheriff's office. One is about FPPA, the other one is an interview with Ron Thornton. And then executive sessions. So
Question, do you have a preference as to whether you would like to discuss the retirement plan options before the interview or after the interview, just in terms of letting them know when to be over here?
no preference. Colleagues, do you have a preference?
No.
Okay, let's plan then on having the interview start. Do the interview first, since you don't have a preference, and this way get that out of the way
Let him go back to work.
and let him get back to work. Or-
Okay, then we'll do 9 and then 8 and then, yeah, so, okay. Ourselves a half hour. Let's start at 1:10. Endeavor to start at 1:10. Okay, everyone, we are back on the record. Next thing we have, we're going to do item number 9. This is an interview with Ron Thornton for appointment as the sheriff of Clear Creek County.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to preface this just by saying that, the board has had a recruitment out there for people to apply for appointment to the sheriff's office. If the board does not make an appointment, then the undersheriff would have all of the obligations and duties of the sheriff until November 4th next year when, well, I guess a little bit later, when a sheriff is elected and sworn in. And so the board does not have to make an appointment. I also just want to emphasize that when the board published our desire for applications, it was in the context of no one in the sheriff's office, in leadership in the sheriff's office, living in county and being eligible for the position. And so our understanding is that Ron Thornton intends to live here in time to run for sheriff. And he is the only applicant. We have received several other applications. Ron is the only applicant at this point that the board is choosing to interview. And so with that sort of just table setting, colleagues, what did I miss before we go into, well, first I'll just ask Ron to, make a statement and then we'll go into questions, but what else in terms of table setting needs to be added?
Well, I think that's a huge one about your affirmation that you will be moving to the county or have moved.
I actually secured residence in the county last Thursday, so.
Very good.
Now,
Okay.
all I gotta do now is get my driver's license and voter registration and stuff changed over to the county, but I've secured last Thursday residence here.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, well then, let's go ahead and, if you could start by just, describing yourself, your kind of pathway into Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office and, your interest in being the sheriff.
All right, again, my name's Ron Thornton. Moved to Colorado in 2001 and lived in Denver for about a year and decided I could not do that and had to come to the mountains. And up until recently, I used to live in Park County. And then with Park County, my kids, I was involved in the fire department over there. We were a combination department. We were both paid and volunteer. So I was a paid staff and volunteer staff. In 2006, we had the Platte Canyon school shooting, and I was there in the role of a firefighter. And I knew then that wasn't enough. I wanted to be able to help a little more. And so the Park County Sheriff's Department came to our department looking for medics to join their SWAT team, and it's SWAT medics. So I tried out, went through SOIC, went through different schools, and I was chosen to be one of the SWAT medics. And I served with the Park County Sheriff's Department from 2007 until 2017-18 timeline, and when I came over here. During that time, we worked several missions, SWAT missions and stuff with the Clear Creek Sheriff's Department.
Mm.
And that's how I've come to know a lot of the people here and Undersheriff Snelling. I met him there, and he was also ran the SOIC program, the SWAT operator immersion course, and just the way the culture and stuff that made me decide I wanted to come here. And with kids growing up and going through college and stuff, I was in the civilian world for a while, oil and gas. And then once they got out through college and everything, I thought, I want to do what I want to do. And so I had several people that I knew from here encouraging me to apply. I applied here, started off in the jail, worked down in the jail for a couple of years, then come out to the road, and then just promoted up through sergeant and through the ranks, and still on the SWAT team here, as a SWAT member and a sniper. And the reason I'm aspiring to be a sheriff I've been here for a little over 8 years, I guess, and I know the culture. And when Sheriff Harris came in, he opened my eyes and our eyes as a department to the direction we needed to go. And he sold all of us on that direction. And I hate to see him leave, but I'm in a spot in my life that I can move to the county and be able to give back to the sheriff's department even more and to this county even more. We have built a great command staff with this department under Sheriff Harris's guidance. And I want to, run for sheriff to be able to continue that vision and even improve on that vision in the future.
Thank you. Colleagues, questions?
I just first off like to say that I understand that my kids all, when they went to college and left, I did exactly the same thing.
Nice.
I spent all my time at the schools and stuff, and then now I'm doing something that's for me and my community. So thank you for that.
Absolutely.
You want to start off with questions?
My habit is to defer to you all to start, but I can if you'd like.
No, I mean, are you ready for questions?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to start out asking a question, and this is, tell us about a time when your personal feelings about a situation or individual conflicted with your professional responsibilities, and how did you manage that situation?
There was, I guess, probably when we were rebuilding the sheriff's department when Sheriff Harris came on, and there was a decision to bring on a supervisor here. And at first I didn't agree with it. And it took me a while to understand, and it took me, a little bit to understand the direction was the same. Both him and I were going the same direction. We want the same goals. And we had a few disagreements, and we have worked together. We've got to a point where we work well with each other now. And I think that has helped build my character and to be able to look, resolve the issues that I had in coming into the department. And I really appreciate and respect him now. I think he's doing a great job. But initially, just right off the bat, I didn't think he was a fit for our culture. And then I was wrong. And I have learned from that. And now we work very well together, and we are going in the right direction with that.
Thank you.
Just initially, I wanted to mention that when I was running for county commissioner, I reached out to the sheriff's office and said, hey, I was a former prosecutor and I'd love to do a ride along in the county just to get a sense of, the challenges law enforcement may face in the county. And Ron graciously took me around the county for about 6 hours, I think, out of your shift.
We had a good day.
We did. So I always appreciated that. And George, could I steal one of your questions? I really like this. Number 3.
You can ask any question you like.
All right. This is actually from George, but I really like this question. How do you view the relationship between the sheriff's office and the Board of County Commissioners?
Being here as long as I have been, this relationship has always been strained. There's always been this disconnect and discord between the two groups. One thing that I'm grateful for was Sheriff Harris came in. He helped bridge that gap. And now working with each other, it has become so much easier and so much more. And the fact that it doesn't feel like there's any miscommunication on the SO side. We know exactly what you guys are doing. You guys know exactly what we're doing. And I think that is one of the best things that he's done when he came here, was to help bridge that gap that was there and that discord. And one of the things I'm looking forward to is to continue that relationship and building it and making it stronger.
Thank you. Can I just ask you to maybe build on that, when it comes to human resources, finance, county manager's office, those divisions that you all work with on probably a day-to-day basis. What are the next steps there as we continue to foster a positive, respectful relationship across those divisions?
And this, my opinion, the sheriff's department is not just a sole entity in this county. We are all in this together. And it would be irresponsible to think that, or irresponsible to not seek the guidance and the help of other areas of expertise. HR has their expertise, finance has their expertise. During, budget prepping and the budget planning and all of that, you have to rely heavily on finance. HR, they help take care of our payroll, take care of our benefits, hire new employees. And we have to work together well. And I think that relationship has gotten better also. And I just think it would be foolish not to continue to foster those relationships.
Thank you. You might notice we're gonna just rotate.
This is a question from me. In the environment that we have right now, so I grew up in Idaho Springs, moved to Dumont, and there's been a lot of problems in the community with trust and, and we have Jenny that's working really hard. How do you continue building trust in the community and how do you make the community safer?
As far as building the trust, we definitely went through a bad spot there for a while. One of the things that the patrol level guys are doing, we're constantly out in the community, constantly talking to people. Sheriff Harris come in and he's really focusing on rebuilding that trust. And we bought into it and doing community events, keeping the public informed with Facebook posts and stuff. And we're right now, I believe Sheriff Harris, it started back under Albers and then it just kind of flopped. But we're interviewing individuals for Citizen Advisory Board. And we have got I think it was 7 or 8 interviews we sat on yesterday. And we've got a great group of people from all around the community. And I think we need to continue working with the community on different issues, attending different like HOA meetings and stuff like that to see what the individual concerns are for that particular area. But just be open-minded and be as transparent as possible with the community is going to help rebuild that trust. And also by holding, as we grow and get more people in, getting more experienced personnel in here, that's going to help. Most of my guys on patrol are very young and very inexperienced in a way. Up here, the experience we get up here is equal to a couple of years at other locations because we get in, the craziest calls up here. But the direction we're going to be able to recruit and retain more experienced people. And that's going to help build that trust where the community members know, okay, this guy that's coming out here, he knows what he's doing. He's, on top of things and I like the way they're going. But it's got an ongoing issue. We have to every day work with the community, whether it's stopping into local gas stations, talking to people, going to the school, checking with the teachers. It's just something we have to continuously do every day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, along those lines, I always appreciated Bo Campbell as the resource officer. He seems to, have the respect of the kids and the teachers, parents, and always appreciated that Clear Creek didn't pull back on that when so many other counties did. But I have a question, speaking of security, is, we we've been kind of looking into moving the magnetometer or whatever out front there to service both ends of the courthouse. But apparently that's really difficult and could be expensive, and staffing is an issue. But as you're building up your force, I mean, I go to meetings at the Idaho Springs Town Hall, and Nate is always there. They always have a police officer there. And I mean, the other day we had a crazy guy come marching in and just start yelling at us. I don't feel that safe on this end of the building. So
Okay.
is that something you could consider helping us out with?
Oh, absolutely. You know, we could work together to come up with a solution where it makes you guys feel safe and that you're comfortable to feeling that you're not in any danger. You know, that's definitely something I'd be willing to work with you guys on to make sure you guys get what you need as far as, you know, your safety concerns and stuff like that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I want to build on Jody's line of questioning here.
Excuse me.
Trying to find the right way to phrase this. You kind of opened by talking about what you had learned under Harris and how, you know, it was different, but it was the same, you know, like and at the end of the day, the job is the same. You're trying to, you know, respond to stuff that other folks might not, you know. If my friend calls me and says that somebody's pulled a gun on them, I'm probably gonna ask them to call you, you know, for example. The thing that occurs to me in such a small community is that we often end up, you know, having to arrest people, you know, and how do you, thank you, Colton, that's very kind. How do you, you know, help maintain anonymity of the people that you're engaging with? How do you kind of, you know, obviously the public needs to know when there's a threat, but what's your philosophy on also helping, you know, supporting people when they're in their worst day, like move on from that?
Yeah. This position no matter this department, no matter what position you're in, whether you're in the jail, you're out here at court security, or you're out on the road, there's a huge amount of empathy here that we have to utilize. You know, just because somebody's having a bad day don't mean they're, you know, this bad person or this super hardened criminal. They're just having a rough day. And we have to, with our safety in mind, we have to be empathetic to, you know, listen to them, talk to them. And yeah, sometimes we have to arrest them. And sometimes, I mean, I can't tell you, there's numerous guys that have gotten letters of complimenting for my guys that have either arrested people, written them tickets, and, you know, or they were having a bad day and they just needed somebody to talk to. And I just think that as a sheriff's department as a whole, no matter what position it is, one of the things we have to be is empathetic to the people that we're contacting. Now, we do have a duty to uphold the law, you know, if law is broken and stuff, but you don't have to treat them like a less of a person. You handle what you need to handle. If you need to arrest somebody, you arrest them, but that don't mean you can't still treat them like a human being. And that's my philosophy on that.
If you would indulge a follow-up, I'm curious, as the leader of this, how do you anticipate, I'm sure you've speculated about, and even within your patrol, having to correct people when the professionalism isn't quite up to expectations? How do you intend to have those conversations?
We have, you know, there's a procedure to follow. And, you know, if somebody's not performing up to standards and stuff and not meeting our expectations, you know, it could range from, trusting in the, command staff, whether it's the patrol captain, the lieutenant, the jail captain, or their sergeants. I get a complaint about somebody and then, we'll discuss it and then they will follow our procedures. It could go anywhere from verbal counseling, documentation, all the way up to a written reprimand. And then, it could eventually lead up to termination. We have that process in place. And the supervisors here, from sergeants, lieutenants, captains and stuff, they're aware of this process. And we hold each other to that standard. And I think that's going to continue. We can't go back or let that slide or try to get, it look like a good old boy club or anything like that. Everybody has to be held to that standard and actually above to a higher standard. And I think we're going to continue doing that without any issues at all.
Thank you for indulging me.
So being sheriff puts you in the public, the same as the commissioners here. So you're the one that's gonna get the brunt of, if people have a problem with the sheriff's department. How do you respond to criticism or feedback from the board, county staff, or the public?
I am open to discussions. If, somebody can have a legitimate conversation and point out issues that we're having and we investigate it and yep, you're right. I have no problem with that. I have never had a problem being criticized or somebody disagreeing with what I've done. I'm open to listening to other people's ideas on how things should be done, but as long as we're following the law and following policy and procedure, there's multiple ways to do things. And you don't always have to do it one certain way. And if somebody disagrees or don't like how we're handling things, we can visit that. And I'm okay, talking to people and okay, taking criticism from people, whether it be the board or, whoever, the public, I'm open to sitting down or having conversations and figuring out what the issue is and addressing them appropriately.
And if you find out that they're just lying about something, I'm assuming you also have a good backbone to push back on that?
Yes, ma'am. We'll do that occasionally, yes.
Oh, this is a good one. Kind of builds on your questions. How do you handle perceived or actual conflicts of interest that may arise in a small community environment where professional and personal relationships often overlap? Now that you've joined our community here.
It's something that you have to be aware of and you have to mitigate it one way or the other. If there's a conflict of interest, like there's been just for example, there's numerous applicants that have applied for us that I've known or been friends with outside of this agency. It had nothing to do with here. I'm sit on the oral boards and I'm part of the hiring process with people wanting to come in. I'll recuse myself from that. I don't want to see any type of, I don't want to open that door to where somebody can say there is a conflict of interest or special treatment. It's just something we have to be cognizant of and work on daily. And if there is either a conflict of interest or what appears to be a conflict of interest to somebody else, then we need to address that and make sure we mitigate that right off the start.
Thank you.
When you saw, maybe you can provide some examples, when you saw Sheriff Harris, come in and earn your respect and get buy-in on sort of a vision to enhance professionalism. Can you imagine yourself kind of continuing that? What things do you imagine yourself doing? Like, continue that pathway, you know?
Well, first off, I don't want to, I'm not looking to come in and change anything he's done. He's put us on the right path and I like the direction that he's got us going. We're going to continue working with the community, continue building their trust and rebuilding the trust with the community. But also one thing I want to do in the future, I want to make this department in this county, I want it to be a premier agency that everybody wants to come work at. I want it to be we're a mountain department, there's other departments around there surrounding us that are the same, small mountainous areas, and have the same challenges we have. But I want to be the premier agency where everybody looks to us to come say, that's the department I want to be like. That's where we need to be. And I want to do this by continuing building on what Sheriff Harris started, but also to continue promoting new technology, new training opportunities, new policies and procedures that makes this the best agency around that people want to come to. And to do that, the sheriff has to work closely with you guys, the Board of Commission, the HR, finance, to be able to work and achieve these goals within the set budget or come up with either ways through grants to achieve stuff, looking for grants to help offset some costs and stuff. But the baseline, I want to bring in people that is going to make this agency, as we continue to grow, the best agency around, that you guys helped through the wage survey and stuff. Our pay now is comparable with agencies. Now is not, we're not, the bottom of the low end of the totem pole. People are not coming here because of the pay. They like the pay. And we're comparable. And I want to continue that. But to do that, we have to work together through the goals, shared goals and visions of what I would like to see. And to do that, I think it takes a team effort. And the command staff we have built over the past couple of years, we are all on the same page with that. And we know the direction we want to go. And we work very well to get things accomplished that we need to accomplish. And everybody has the buy-in of the direction that we're heading. Just continue to make sure that's happening.
Thank you.
A next question from me. I know we're in budget time and we're having to make hard decisions on where we need to make more cuts or what we need to do. And the sheriff's department is part of that. So when you go back to your staff, describe how you handle situations when the staff expresses frustration or disengagement with the county administrators or the board because of decisions that we make.
The county as a whole has been trending this way for numerous years, and it's not like it's something new. The previous administration, I don't think there was a lot of communication from the command staff down to the line level guys. And that did create a lot of animosity. This new command staff and this new Board of Commission we have, that's a lot more open. And there's a lot more understanding now. The command staff that we have now does a great job of pushing that information down to the lower level guys. They may not always agree with it, but we have been really doing a good job explaining the why. Okay, yeah, I want this piece of equipment, or I want to go to this. Well, we can't do that. Well, why? And we have to explain it to them. And I don't think we used to have that. we were just in the dark and it was always this side of the building's fault. And that's not the case. And we see that now and we make sure we pass that information down. We don't, hold that to us, in secret and just say, oh, can't do it. People want to know why. And as long as we can give them a why, a legitimate why, okay, we've got a budget deficit. We've got this issue here. We had the basement flood and that took some extra money. And they go, oh, okay, I didn't know about that. I'm good. Well, maybe we can do it next year. I think just being open and communicating between the commissioners and the command staff down to our line level guys, they're a lot more understanding and they have become a lot more understanding over the past couple of years compared to what it used to be.
Thank you.
How long do you see your tenure if you are appointed sheriff? You're gonna be, you'll be running next year.
Yes, ma'am.
Running, okay.
The plan that I'm committed to right now is running next November for the 4-year term.
Okay.
I'm hoping to get reelected and then run that 4 years.
Mhm.
And that will put me at 61 years old at that time. And if I do another 4-year term, that would put me right at retirement age. And that is my goal is this is my home now. I don't want to go anywhere else. I'm not looking it's not about money for me. It's about the people and the community. And I want to do what's best for them and I want to give them all that I can. So I will be hoping to stick around till I retire. So,
All right, thank you.
So I know you come from the private sector, which, and so do I, which can be helpful because I mean, the fiscal constraints
Mhm.
are more real, right? If you're not making a profit, you're not making it. And hard budget decisions seem to be made at a faster pace. So that's kind of my prior about what you might be used to. What's your kind of general philosophy on fiscal management, budget management, and then how you apply that to the situation that Clear Creek's in right now?
Like you said, the private sector, it's all about the profits and everything. And if you're not making money, the business is not going to survive. You're going to have layoffs, terminations, stuff like that. We have a budget that we have to work within this county. It's our responsibility as leaders to, whether it's the sheriff, the command staff, all the way down to the patrol deputies, we have this budget that we have to work within. Yeah, we always want the latest, greatest, cool gadgets and stuff that, don't help make our job easier. But in times like now where we are in a budget deficit, we have to be able to come to the table and say, okay, I understand this. Here's my necessities. This is my wants and or my needs and my wants. You've got to be able to work. We have to be able to work together to come to a decision where, okay, we can chase grants for this. We're not going to put that in the budget. We can chase grants. If we get a grant, great. But we have to work within the budget as best we can. And also try to come up with ways to offset that deficit. Whether it's between changing different processes, bringing in or doing a different way. We can work close together to help minimize that. And unfortunately, it's the budget is what the budget is. I wish, we could wave a magic wand and make everything better, but we have certain constraints that we have to operate in, and that's just reality. But we have to do the best we can. And I think that's achieved by working together and understanding the problems and coming together to try to find some solutions, whether it be reductions or postponement of projects or something like that, or, you know, coming up with grants to offset stuff like that. We have to work together as a team to help make that happen. And you can't work with just an unlimited budget when you don't have the funds for it. You can't just spend money like crazy. You have constraints that you have to work in, and it's our responsibility to manage our budget within that parameter. And, you know, it would be foolish to think that, you know, you can just do whatever you want. Private sector, you may be able to go out, well, I'm going to do this, and that's going to make me much more money, and it turns into total flop. In government, county government like this, you can't do that. You've got to, if you don't have the money, you don't have the money. And we have to work together to utilize what funds we do have to the best of our abilities.
Thank you.
So earlier today, we talked about we're going to do a jail assessment. And I'm sure you're aware of the options that we have, or maybe closing it down and having a contract outside of the county. Do you have an opinion on that either way? Trying to save the jail and doing the marshals program, or?
I think we need to see what the RFP says. The jail is old and needs, I started in the jail. I know the challenges that face down there. It's old, there's maintenance issues, there's all kinds of things we need to get fixed or upgraded or updated to be able to safely house, to be able to bring in more federal inmates. You know, that's going to be a cost. However, downsizing is an option, but I think there's still a cost that's going to be associated because you have to do those repairs. The repairs are still there, whether you've got 50 inmates or 10 inmates, you still got the same issues. So downsizing is an option, but I would look for their recommendations, see what they said, and then come back and revisit. Contracting with another agency, yeah, it's an option. But I think there's a lot of hidden costs that could be there. I don't know, but we have to, I think we need to bring, if it comes to that discussion after the RFP is completed, then we need to bring all the stakeholders in together and work on that as a group. There may be costs that I don't see that Captain or Lieutenant down there in the jail, Captain Lucas or Lieutenant DeBiase, said, no, this is what it's actually going to affect. It's just, you know, the DA, the judges, you know, they're going to be affected by it. How does that affect the county as a whole? And I think we need to consider that if that's what the recommendation is. I'm open to whatever the recommendation is. I just think we need to get it. And no matter what, there's going to be a cost associated with it, no matter which way we go. But let's see what the RFP brings back, what they recommend, and then we'll make the right decision on which direction we need to go.
Yeah, we just approved having the jail assessment completed by a certain contractor.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you.
That was going to be my question. So answered it. George?
Yeah, I mean, during this evaluation process, it's going to be kind of a big ask, right? It's going to be a big workload associated with making sure that, you know, questions are being responded to quickly, that like one of the, you know, when KRW was happening, it seemed like there was a disconnect, and I wasn't involved in the conversations, but, you know, the report ended up with stuff in it that immediately after it was published was like, well, they didn't have this information, they didn't get this right. And I'm not trying to cast blame. What I think is likely that on our side of the house, we can do better. And I know like our board and our interim county manager and whoever is hired, will be making sure that our staff is prioritizing being responsive to that process, making sure that the final product includes all the information and all the perspectives. And so I just want to ask you for a commitment, if you're the sheriff, to make sure that that's what's communicated to your staff as well, that this is an important priority.
Mhm.
We've got to focus on the details and make sure that by the time there's a final report, all the comments are included.
Yeah. And I 100% agree with that. And you would have my commitment because I think when the KRW was done, we did not have the relationship that we have now with the county attorney, the county manager, the board of commission. We didn't have that relationship, and I think there was a lot of animosity. And I don't think we have that now. But if I was to be appointed sheriff, you would definitely have my support and affirmation that we would work to make sure that happened.
Do you have confidence in this process that we can yield a clear answer?
A clear answer, I'm not sure. We're going to have an answer that I think we're going to have to decide on what's the best course of action for us. But yes, I think we'll have an answer. And then, but I believe there's also going to be several options that we've got to decide which is going to be the best for the county. And it may be outsourcing a jail to somewhere else, or it may be upgrading this one or whatever. It's just something that we're going to have to wait and see. And yes, I believe there will be an answer that will come out of it. I don't know how clear that answer will be, but yes, there will be an answer that comes out of it.
Well, I'll just express my hope that spending the kind of dollars we're talking about spending and putting in the kind of effort we're talking about putting in, that we can end up with a clear answer that helps us chart a path for, fiscal sustainability, and improve service. Right.
Right.
Jody?
I just asked my question.
And we just.
I could ask another one if you want.
Well, then let's talk about FPPA. And we're going to talk about FPPA in this work session in just a moment, but as a candidate for sheriff, what are your thoughts on FPPA?
Well, FPPA, with the budget constraints that we are facing, we put it out to the community when we first started discussing this, and the community overwhelmingly voted to approve going to FPPA.
Mhm. They voted to approve the ability to
Yes.
consider
Yes.
FPPA.
Yes, correct. Thank you. Very good. But one thing that we want to do and we want to focus on is the attracting and retaining the right qualified people. Whether it's FPPA or 401k, our retirement right now is not very attractive to other people. We are, like I said earlier, our pay is up to scale. We're surrounding areas. So the money, the people aren't not coming here for the money. They're coming here for the retirement. We have to come up with a way to change that, both for our current employees who have been here and putting in time, and their retirement is not as good as surrounding areas. And FPPA will help attract people from metro departments or these bigger departments that have been on the force 5, 10 years to come up here to a different environment and still be able to transfer their FPPA over and not lose that. The FPPA, if we go to that, it's going to, the people that want to go to it, you're great, you can go to it. If you want to stick with your 401, that's fine, you can stick with it. But any new people that come in would automatically go into the FPPA. And to me, that is going to help us by going to that, that will help us get to the point where these senior officers from other agencies are going to be looking to move and come up here and work here. That's going to benefit us with experience. It's going to benefit us with more knowledge and being able to teach these younger cops, give them somebody that'll mentor them. Right now, and whether my personal opinion, we either need to go to FPPA or modify the 401 as it stands, because right now we're a stepping stone agency. People come out of the academy and they are looking at getting a little bit of experience, get 1 to 2 years on, and they're young and they're not thinking about retirement right away. But then as they into the job a little more, then they start thinking about it. And then a couple of years in, then they're going to go to an agency that, you got metro areas doing, agencies doing double, sometimes triple on what we're doing up here.
Even as a percentage of
Yes.
contribution
Yes,
into
ma'am.
the retirement program.
Yes, ma'am. And we just need to be more competitive. And I think the best way to do that would be FPPA. However, I do understand our budget constraints and there's a fee that came, or an extra percentage. I think it was 1.9% that came up that I wasn't sure about. I think we can work together to come up with a solution that benefits and accomplishes that goal and benefits both the county and the sheriff's office. And I think that's something we need to do something with our retirement plan to be able to attract and retain more people instead of being a stepping stone agency. And my personal opinion, FPPA would be the best option. But I know there's other things we might could possibly consider. But personally, the FPPA would be the best option.
Okay, so here's putting you on the spot. Do you have a sense of what your staff feels about CRA versus FPPA?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
I'd say 99.9% of the staff prefers FPPA.
Interesting.
And the 401, if it was a greater match and everything, okay, you may be getting, yes, it's a defined benefit. May not be as lucrative when you retire as if you really made a lot of money in that 401. But
We could have a recession.
you could also lose everything and you retire with nothing. And the FPPA, and that's what the defined benefit is what's so attractive. And like a metro department, the guy that's been there 7, 8 years and he's in FPPA, he's not going to come up here. He's fully vested in his department. He's not even going to look up here because we don't have FPPA. And he would just, it wouldn't lose it, but it would just be sitting there and not growing. And if we had that option for them to just roll their FPPA over into ours, it will continue to grow and they would still be building on that. And they're not losing anything by wanting to come to a smaller agency to slow down or, just to have a different lifestyle. But there are some options or concerns, and I understand that, but I think that in the long run, the FPPA would be the best, and I think we can come together collectively to make a decision where that would work.
Thank you.
So, with all the things that happen, as you mentioned, we get crazy calls up here. We get people that come up to commit suicide or a lot of issues. How do you recognize with your staff and yourself, and how do you avoid burnout?
That is a challenge. It's easy we have the supervisors and we have personnel in place, and it's easy to recognize. We've had some major critical incidents in this last month and a half. And we see the effect that it's having on our deputies and staff. And we proactively take steps to help get them what they need, whether it's, peer support, mental health support, or counseling, whatever they need. Just from, last week, we had the incident on Highway 6 in the canyon. We have Code 4 counseling coming up tomorrow, and we're going to debrief with these guys. That's one thing that's huge with first responders and law enforcement is the trauma that we experience. And it's extremely important to all of us in the command staff and the deputy level also to make sure we're watching out for each other. And when we see something, we try to mitigate that as best we can. And it's something we're constantly looking for because the mental health aspect of if we're not good in the head or we're having experiencing issues, we can't help people out there. Because if we've got our own crisis going on, our own issues, we're not much good. And we need to make sure that we're taking care of our employees and our deputies and our staff to make sure that doesn't happen. When you see it, make sure you get them the help that they need. And I think that we have done a real good job with the incidents we have managing that.
I really appreciate you saying that. I think this is the next big step for employers of emergency responders. Law enforcement maybe at the top of that list is how do we support our people processing the stuff we ask them to go run into every day?
Absolutely.
I think I just have one more. And just Harris often referenced to the reason that he was here, the reason that the position was vacant, that an appointment was made. And we've talked a lot about increases in professionalism, new policies, different approaches. What happens with this sheriff's office under your leadership if you get a call from a kid who is stuck on the side of the road and maybe he's stoned and maybe he's got an empty pill bottle and he doesn't want to get out of his car? But well, I'll be more blunt. How does the Christian Glass scene look differently today?
It looks a lot different. There's one, you have to slow down. There's no rush. Yeah, there was a concern that he might have taken some pills. But as long as he's still talking to you, there's no rush. We get supervisors on scene. We have chat available now. We have different resources that, since that incident, we have really focused on our mental health side of the community, helping them. We go out with chat on a lot of calls. There's no immediate danger right then. And I'm not trying to Monday morning quarterback anything that happened on the scene. I wasn't there. Just was here in the aftermath. However, it does look different. There is no immediate need to get him out if that was to happen tomorrow. If that's the parameters of the scenario, we can step back, keep talking to him, just keep waiting, and get some clinicians up here. Our chat team is great. They have helped us on tons of calls. And that's how I think it's changed. And we really see the difference as a department. And we're constantly utilizing them. And I think if that was to happen today, it would go completely different than it did. We're just more aware of the mental health side of things, basically after that incident.
Thank you. Any other questions?
No, I'm good. Yeah, thank you. And did we also cover FPPA?
No, I think we want to jump into FPPA next. Let's talk about next steps. Colleagues, I think, of course, we have the ability to offer staff direction. Now, we could ask for consideration in a future meeting. I'm curious kind of where your minds are at.
Go ahead, Judy.
I was gonna say I would like the opportunity to kind of think about it and discuss it at a further meeting.
Okay.
Yeah, because we have time. You're here, Matt's here. And sure, if you want to digest it for a while. So
What about you?
our next meeting's coming up pretty soon, right?
Yeah. So I think maybe based on that, I'm good with that. I think any one of us may have a follow-up question. Of course, we may reach out to you.
Yep.
With individually with follow-up questions and, think, you'll see us continue to, put things on the agenda to consider this appointment. I want to thank you for putting yourself out there. I want to acknowledge we just spent an hour asking you a bunch of tough questions. And I want to thank you for your time and for putting yourself out there. We know uniquely how difficult it can be in a public setting to open up the way you did. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I thank you guys for, the opportunity given here and taking, the time to have these conversations. And I think it's needed. And I think as we continue to work together, it's going to get even better. So I really appreciate that.
The sheriff's office is crucial to our community.
Yes.
And this is no small decision. Ultimately, of course, the public will be weighing in a year.
Mhm.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Let's move to discussing the FPPA. I don't have listed on the agenda who our presenter is. I presume I know Nick DeBasi, you have been very involved. I see you moving towards the table.
Yeah, it will be Under Sheriff Brown and I.
Okay. Excellent.
You had asked for numbers as far as years of service to purchase. I sent this over to Peter a little too late in the week, and he was not able to add it to the memo. So
It did actually get added to the packet because of.
Oh, did you?
You didn't know that, but Amy is.
We'll just
so
mark it.
good. So she got it right there.
Okay, perfect.
Thanks, Nick.
Sure.
Do you need me to share anything? Okay.
Okay, I think we all know why we're here. We had a good conversation about this a couple weeks ago. Please proceed.
So I ultimately began throwing together a PowerPoint presentation, and I didn't want to beat a dead horse with that. So there's a lot of redundant information. I decided not to go that route. Public speaking is not my forte, so bear with me here. Threw a speech together that I would like to read. Take a deep breath. Sorry.
You're doing fine.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. First, I want to thank you for the time and consideration you've already devoted to evaluating the Fire and Police Pension Association as a potential retirement plan for our deputies and staff. I know this is a complex decision with long-term financial implications, and I appreciate the careful approach the board is taking. My intent today is not to apply pressure, but to help illustrate why this transition is so critically important, not just for our employees, but for the health, safety, and stability of the sheriff's office and the community we serve. Recently, Peter forwarded you several letters from law enforcement professionals across Colorado. Each of these individuals expressed genuine interest in working for our sheriff's office because of the strong culture, leadership, and the sense of community we've built. Combined, those 4 individuals alone represent over 40 years of law enforcement experience and training, the kind of institutional knowledge that strengthens an organization, reduces risk, and makes communities safer. But none of those individuals could join us. Every one of them shared the same reason. Our retirement program is not competitive with the rest of the law enforcement agencies in Colorado. We faced a persistent recruitment and retention issue for years. And while there are many factors that contribute to it, retirement remains one of the most significant. Deputies consistently tell me that they love working for the sheriff's office. They value our leadership, our teamwork, and our community. But they know that at some point they will have to leave to secure a sustainable retirement elsewhere. That's not a reflection of dissatisfaction, it's a reflection of necessity. The cost of the revolving door cycle has been enormous. Each time we lose a deputy, we spend thousands of dollars recruiting, vetting, hiring, training, and equipping their replacement. Our field training officers, who are among the most dedicated people I've ever worked with, are constantly burning out from training new hires who leave shortly thereafter for better benefits and retirement options. We've made great strides with pay. The sheriff's office is now far more competitive than it once was, but compensation is more than salary. We can't keep losing talented people after we've invested in them simply because they can't envision retiring here. When I talk about this, I do it from personal experience. A few years ago, I was one of those people. I had applied to several agencies across the state, received conditional job offers, all in pursuit of a better retirement. But unfortunately, I'm sorry, it's not true. But ultimately, I stayed because I love this agency, this community, and the people I work with. Instead of leaving, I decided to take on this retirement project myself to help create a sustainable path forward for our deputies and for the future of this organization. I've been in law enforcement for 13 years, starting in detentions when I was 21. During that time, I shattered my knee in a fight with an inmate, separated my AC joint, and a struggle with a suspect, and been involved in 2 officer-involved shootings here in Clear Creek County, both times staring down the barrel of a gun. This career is physically and mentally taxing. It's why the federal government mandates that sworn law enforcement officers retire by the age of 56 with a lifetime pension. Agencies across Colorado recognize this reality, which is why so many provide FPPA coverage. Traditional pensions, or at least a significantly higher 401k match for their sworn staff. Today, 260 public safety departments in Colorado participate in FPPA. Others have city pension programs, para-public safety coverage, or enhanced 401k matches of 10% or higher. Clear Creek County, by compensation, remains one of the few without a true public safety retirement option. Since I've been here, we've seen several long-serving leaders, Captain Safe, Sheriff Albers, and Captain Smith, retire well past the standard age for law enforcement. Captain Safe retired at 66, Sheriff Albers at 62, and Captain Smith at 71. I spoke with all of them during our first FPPA discussions, and they each said the same thing. If they could do it again, they would have worked for an FPPA-covered agency and retired earlier. All 3 of them passed away within 2 years of retiring. Combined, they had over 100 years of law enforcement service to this community. I bring that up not to be somber, but to remind us of what's at stake. We owe it to those who come after us to ensure they can serve honorably and retire with dignity before this career takes too much from them. The community has already voiced its support for this change. When the FPPA question went to the voters, it passed with 80% approval rating. A recent internal survey of sworn staff shows the same overwhelming support. Out of 31 participants, 27 said they would move to FPPA, even with the additional 1.9% employee contribution. That shows how strong our belief, how strongly our people believe that this is the right move. Not for convenience, but for their families and for the sustainability of their careers. From a fiscal standpoint, the transition is already budgeted for next year and is financially feasible within our current projections. We've done our due diligence to make sure this request is responsible, realistic, and sustainable. I want to be absolutely clear that the Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office command staff fully supports the Board of County Commissioners. We understand this is a major decision, and we respect the need for caution and due diligence. We worked hard to rebuild trust and partnership with the board, and we are deeply appreciative of the support we've received over the past couple of years. This request does not come from frustration. It comes from hope, commitment, and a shared desire to do right by the men and women who protect this community every day. In closing, I want to say this. The people who wear this badge serve not for recognition, but for purpose. They run towards danger when others run away. They miss holidays, birthdays, and time with their families because duty calls. We are asking that when their service is done, when their bodies and minds have given all they can, that they have a fair, sustainable path to retirement. Moving to FPPA would not just make us more competitive, it would make us stronger, safer, and more stable as an organization. It would allow us to attract and retain the kind of seasoned professionals who make our county proud and keep our community secure. Thank you for your time, your partnership, and your continued support of the Clear Creek County Sheriff's Office.
Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, I know we've received a lot of information on this. What questions do we have at this point?
Is there any concern about not being able to take loans from retirement like you are currently able to do with CRA?
Nobody has expressed that concern to me up to this point. There have been, I know that command staff has been present at the meetings with CRA and FPPA. And our staff have been provided with that information based on their presentations, and nobody has brought that up as an issue.
Can you summarize for me just what you've learned? And I know you've been talking to a lot of different agencies. In our packet is a number of emails you received. Can you kind of just summarize for me what you think you've learned as you've discussed the pros and cons of this with other agencies?
The pros and cons between
of moving to FPPA.
So to be honest with you, I haven't heard many cons as far as moving to FPPA. It's been nothing but positive feedback. So I know law enforcement officials from all over the state, many of them with FPPA and many of them without FPPA. And even conversations I've had with individuals who work for organizations that have a higher 401k match still feel more confident in FPPA is as far as retirement's concerned, right? Because the projections aren't based on the market, right? I mean, what you put in, the amount of service that you provide to your community, you receive a percentage per year, and that's guaranteed. So, and then are you asking why I provided those emails? Was that part of your question?
Well, just like I saw the emails and I was just curious what your takeaway from.
Yeah. So I reached out to individuals in law enforcement who I know, who I'd spoken with, who were interested in working for the sheriff's office. And I basically, I just wanted to show everyone the amount of knowledge, experience, training, right, that we could bring to this agency by fixing our retirement.
So within the agencies that you were emailing with are people that you think you can attract?
Yes, definitely.
But like as far away as Montrose and.
So I did not have
Montrose.
Montrose. I don't know anyone.
Montrose. What's that city that's in southern Colorado, southeastern Colorado?
Monument?
Wow.
Right.
No.
Is it from one of the letters?
It's one of the letters.
So I had a gentleman from Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, one from Lakewood Police, one from the Idaho Springs Police Department, and one from Denver Police Department.
It was Fremont that I meant to say. I think it was Fremont was what.
Oh, so
emailing with.
Yeah, so those were different, right? So I was comparing and contrasting civilian retirement compared to law enforcement retirement. It just basically trying to push the point across that it's not unusual for counties or municipalities to contribute more to a law enforcement retirement due to the type of work that we're in,
Okay.
compared to civilian retirement. So there was one in there from Fremont.
Yeah, that Fremont is what I meant to say. Montrose is that way.
And that was research I did a very long time ago. So I think that's, some of those are a year, 2 years old.
Okay, and can you confirm, this is a question for staff, Rachel's not in the room, so I'll ask you. We see in our packet that the cost of moving to FPPA, once the increased schedule is fully implemented in 2029, is 136,000 a year. And that cost is in the proposed budget that we received this morning.
Both the recommended and the proposed. Because it was baked into the budget in 25. So we backed it out. To show you that number. The other thing that's in there is the cost, because I believe I received board direction last meeting. To provide the cost of covering at least half that 1.9. Accelerator, that's in there. So the sum of those two numbers would be the total cost if the board decided to cover half of that continuing contribution. I don't remember what the term they use.
Continuing rate of contribution.
Continuing rate of contribution amount. And then what else is in there is if the board does decide to go to FPPA at a maximum contribution rate of 6.25%, the cost of getting the rest of the staff's CRA contributions to be equivalent. 6.25% minus the sworn officers, right? Because they'll be on FPPA, right? If you wanted to say pair that increase in contribution to 6.25 across the board, the sworn would go to FPPA, the civilian would stay in CRA, but they would get their match increase to make it equivalent to the FPPA match, right? And then so that would be the cost to get all the civilians under the same match, not on FPPA, but the same cost of retirement. And then the final one is if everyone went to 6.5% and stayed in CRA.
6.25.
6.25, I'm sorry. Hey, Megan, can you bring that up on the screen? I think I'm driving myself crazy by trying to do this off my memory.
So the breakdown you were saying was just in the sheriff's office, and then the last breakdown is all staff at the county.
Yeah, I tried to make that clear in the slide, but it's a little complicated. So let me just walk through it again with it on the
Is
screen.
this
Sorry.
PPA and CRA costs?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so I understand the change from 4% to 6.25% for FPPA. And then what is the continuing rate of contribution, 1.9?
So basically from an actuarial perspective, not to speak for FPPA too much here, but basically, when you get new people in various terms of service into FPPA, the fund, in some cases, especially if people are closer to retirement, they haven't been paying in very long. So what they're doing is they're requiring an additional contribution on top of the statutorily required contribution rate to try to claw back more money because it's defined benefit, right? So they need to at least pay for that liability. Now, how long that stays on depends on how each individual sheriff's office deputy or sworn staff that's in FPPA treats their CRA nest egg. If they transfer those funds if the majority of them transfer those funds into FPPA, the chances are that a lot of that risk will get offset and that number will come down. But that's entirely FPPA's call. Did I mess up?
Well, so it's required that if you transition to FPPA from CRA, your funds in your 401k are going to automatically transfer over.
Oh.
So if you have funds in your 457, for instance, those can stay in the county's 457. We don't have to move to FPPA's 457 plan. If they decide to move the money from their 457 and put that into FPPA as well, on top of their 401k that's already rolling over, then it'll bring that CRC, that contributing rate of contribution, down even more. So that CRC is 1.9. The more money that you roll into FPPA or the longer you stay in FPPA, the more that rate decreases. So that rate decreases down to 0.2%, but it never leaves 0.2%.
Okay, so if you're a 21-year-old fresh out of the academy, you don't pay the 1.9% because you're just starting out, right?
No, so you would still pay that 1.9%.
Oh.
So the county has an option, right, to either put that 1.9% on the individual employee
Mhm.
to cover half of that 1.9% or cover the full 1.9%. So that's a decision that the board would have to make. So when I just read my speech, right, so that last survey that we sent out was regarding the 1.9%. So we issued a survey earlier on in the year, and that survey, or it might have even been late last year, I can't remember. The vast majority of staff overwhelmingly wanted to move to FPPA. This was before, and this is on me, realizing the 1.9% CRC. That's why we sent a second survey out to make sure that we still had an overwhelmingly amount of support
Which you do.
in favor of FPPA. Because if the sheriff's office as a whole did not want to move to FPPA, did not think that it was a good move for us, then we wouldn't be pushing it, right? If it wasn't what the people wanted.
So under CRA, government, county contributes 4% and we contribute 4%.
We match that, yeah.
Okay, so under FPPA, it's 6.25% plus 1.9?
Well, it depends, okay, so it depends on how that 1.9 is handled. The only thing you're
Right.
seeing here is our payment.
Right,
The
right.
sheriff's office, I think it's 6. Is it 6 for employees? 6%?
To what we contribute into FPPA,
Yeah.
it's 6%.
6, yeah. Theirs is flat at 6.
Oh.
Our contribution will max out at 6.25% in 2029 under the current plan. Okay, so that's our cost. So this is strictly the county's cost. This is not including the additional contribution. So having said that, yes, the current CRA model is that the county contributes 4%, matching the employees 4%.
Right.
Right, so really it's a total of 8, but the county is only paying for 4.
Okay.
If that makes sense. So, so that's all we're talking about here is the county's cost. I didn't include the employee matches because that doesn't come out of our budget.
Okay, so when you say the sheriff's office contributes 6%, that is the sheriff's employees contribute 6%.
Yes, the deputy.
Okay, thank you.
So on top of that 6.5 is a question of how to handle the 1.9. And thank you for the clarification. Like what I meant to say is if they choose to go to FPPA, because when you vote, they have the decision. If they do choose to go to FPPA, they have to move their CRA in. But there's still an additional risk factor that 1.9 is trying to cover. And the longer we're in and the more money is in FPPA from our employees and the county, that number will come down, but we don't know when that will be, because that's not necessarily our decision. That's
And
FPPA's decision.
FPPA has been around for a long time and they're reliable and.
Yes, I mean, I think that they're the most reliable. I mean, especially out of pension plans are concerned, they work differently than a traditional pension plan. So when I was speaking with the rep who I had been dealing with for the past year or so with FPPA, they basically said if they close shop today, they have enough money to pay out every employee for the next 100 years, every one of their clients.
All right.
Right? So it's far more sustainable and reliable than a pension plan like Para, right? That's nothing against Para or anything, but so yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and please just keep in mind that 1.9% does not have to be on the county.
Okay.
Right? So.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Maybe I misunderstood in the last presentation. That 1.9% is also new hires in the sheriff's office.
Yes, so that will be anyone enrolling in FPPA.
I heard the answer and I just wanted to make sure I was not like that I heard it again because.
Okay, yes, that is.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's assigned at the agency level. So it's about the pool of risk coming out of the agency. So as long as that number is the same for everyone in the sheriff's office, until they decide to bring it down, it would be, and so ours will be different than agency that's been an FPPA for a long time. That's correct, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Other questions, or should we talk about next steps? Start to share opinions? I don't want to get ahead of you.
No, I'm just, the bottom line is it would cost at least 136,773 for this transfer
Right.
different.
I mean, if you think about it in context of a COLA, it's basically an additional COLA one-time jump in the budget, because then it will start compounding like a COLA does over time. It's a little bit less than a COLA, but
Hold on, I apologize. So the 136,773, right? So we set aside this money in the budget that was allocated for FPPA. But if we were to enter into FPPA next year, the rates would be at either 5.25 or 5.5.
yeah.
But I think that we just wanted to project
Just
out.
bonding out to the maximum amount so that we can have the conversation at the peak agreement, because as soon as they join, we are on the hook for every increase. So the conversation is just being had at the maximum contribution level.
Okay,
We can,
thank you.
we can bring the actual budget request down year to year. We just don't want to litigate to the board every year why the benefits went up, because we need to understand now, like, at this point, what's our max expense? When is it coming? Because there is a step ladder, right? Having said that, in 2030, I think, at any point FPPA can choose to increase the contributions if they need to.
Would that require legislation?
I think so.
Yes. So it would require
And a vote.
require legislation. It's also only happened one time in the history of FPPA. So there's only been one increase. And it's been those gradual increases per year when they made that decision, right?
So we can have a budget conversation about how we budget that number, but ultimately, if you're talking about the cost, I wanted to present the peak cost. So knowing that it's not necessarily next year, but
Honey.
at some point it'll.
Okay.
And I also just want everyone to take into account, right? So even if we did move forward with FPPA and we decided to start the implementation process is not quick. So we're probably looking at 9 to 12 months. So even if we were to enter in next year, it's not going to cost the county 136,773 next year, because we're only going to be paying for 2-3 months of that contribution from the county. So
We, I want to remind the board that the next step for us would be to, I'm going to use the wrong term here, sign a letter saying we want to start the process. And then we get real about analyzing this and talking to every employee in the sheriff's office about what it's like, and then making their own decisions. And then we have that, then there's a binding step down the road. That's the forever decision. Obviously, I don't want to give anybody the sense that we would say yes today or in 2 weeks and then pull the rug out later. That would be a mistake. We want to have confidence that this is the direction we're going in.
Yep.
But just
And CRA requires
CRA would
vote
conduct a
too.
vote. I think we can anticipate how that vote would go, based on the internal polling that they've done.
So I spoke with a member of CRA with one of their reps. This is probably 6 months ago, so I don't know if anything's changed, but he was under the impression that the initial vote between CRA and FPPA would suffice for their requirement, right? Obviously, we would need to speak with them again. If we had to put it up for another vote, that's no problem. We can conduct another survey.
One more question for me, actually. I just to make, I think I understand, so correct me if I'm wrong, that when you say the sworn employees would be eligible, you're talking about people in patrol, people in investigations, their leadership, right? And then the same thing in the jail, right? The jail deputies, all of them, not post-cert, even the ones that aren't post.
All of them. So even though they're not certified, they're still sworn.
Okay.
They're still sworn law enforcement.
And then, but not like, then there's like the deputized folks, right? Like, I'm looking at, Clarissa is deputized, not sworn, right?
Yeah, so Clarissa would not be included.
Okay. And that is, from my knowledge of the FTE counts, we're talking about roughly 30 positions.
No, we're talking close to 50 positions. So not right off the bat, obviously the sheriff's office is short-staffed, right? So when we're able to fill positions, those people coming on would be moving into sworn positions that we have available. And if we have FPPA, they would be enrolling into FPPA. So at this point in time, the count is low because every division in the sheriff's office, I think minus investigations, is short-staffed.
Okay.
But Holden, is this number projected for the amount of positions we have allotted to us?
Yeah. The
It
amount of
is.
Positions that you have budgeted, not filled.
So ultimately, at this point in time, it would be less than this.
Yeah.
Because we can't fill positions right now.
Okay.
I think it's important to note, right, like back to your first question with the loans. So I mean, people that are accustomed to taking loans out of their 401 have that decision to stay with CRA. So if that's a big deal to them to be able to carry on, to be able to have that, that is something that's available to them. It really only affects those coming in. And that would be the assumption that they can't take loans. So I think there's a small number, I'm included in one of those folks, right, of trying to evaluate what is the best course. There's only a handful of us that have a lot of years here to see what the best course is, which would be answered in that study when we talk to those folks. But it would still allow those that loan is important to be able to continue to stay in the CRA.
And maybe the loan isn't the best example because
Yeah, but they could draw against, exactly.
And then the other issue that people should be aware of, which I'm sure you'll have full disclosure, is that when you pass away, you don't have anything to give your heirs, correct?
No, that's.
You have one to.
So you can actually have two dependents. So when you leave, you have the ability, right? So it's going to be a deduction from your pension, but to give your dependent either 100%, 50%, no, I think it's 175 or 50% of your 3 highest paid years of your pension. So.
And you pay more for that, or you could just elect that?
So you don't pay more for that. So you basically, there's a deduction from your monthly pension check because they're basically paying out 2 lifetimes.
Oh, I see.
Does that
I
make
see. Yeah, I see.
sense?
Okay.
So like they do not have the ability to take a lump sum of money, right? It's not like CRA to where if I have $320,000 in my 401k and I die 3 days after retirement, my wife or son or whoever that dependent is gets that full $320,000. No, but that dependent does get a lifelong check every month.
Okay.
Until they die.
Okay. Thank you.
Discounted based on their age, right? Like,
yes.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think,
The only question that I had too is, did they ever address your situation?
I haven't asked, I haven't even inquired at this point what would happen. In all honesty, I'm not concerned about it at this point. I really want what's best for the rank and file of the department. I don't think I should be a factor in it at all. It's not gonna adversely affect me one way or the other.
I was just curious, because if more people like you cross over,
See, I'm a little different because I actually retired.
and you've taken it where the other people would still continue it.
Well, so that's not even an issue, right? You can take it, you can go back to work, stop receiving, but he entered into the drop program. So the drop program is basically a 5-year program. It's essentially a 401k after your pension. You have the ability to move that money into your pension to purchase years of service. You could take it in a monthly paycheck until it runs out, or you could just take the lump sum. But once you enter into drop, you are done after 5 years. So you have no ability to enter back into FPPA once you've entered into the drop program.
I'd like to add something to this if it's okay. I receive a pension from City and County of Denver, and it's a comfortable pension, and it was a part of my 37-year career with them. I'm very satisfied to have been able to do that. I was blessed to work with them. I have a comfortable pension. I didn't come here for the money, I came here for the opportunity to contribute. But understanding, of course, the fact that whether I work here or not, I have a pension to live on. And that constant benefit, that defined benefit is huge.
And it's through FPPA,
It
correct?
is through it.
And for your senior staff who are contemplating this, they can choose not to go. It doesn't have to be all or nothing, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So if they would like to stay with CRA, they have the ability to stay with CRA.
Okay.
They're not being forced into FPPA.
Okay.
I do kind of view this as a side issue, but I'd like to make sure we chase it down. If we're in FPPA, someone that's retired and started taking their pension, the next time we're able to have the opportunity to recruit somebody the quality of Eric Rubin who's already retired, would they just then be eligible for CRA? Or how would they be treated if we were in FPPA?
So they would only be eligible for the county CRA 457,
And
not the 401. So, but I think, Eric, Captain Rubin is a bit of an anomaly. Sorry. You don't have a lot of people with like 30, 40 years of law enforcement experience who retire and really want to get back at it. This is kind of for those who are younger, for those who have 5, 10, 15 years of good service to bring, right? So, and thank you for being here. Captain Rubin's doing an amazing job, right? That's nothing against Captain Rubin. It's just, you don't see that a whole lot.
Yeah.
So I don't think we're going to be dying in recruitment because we don't have people with 40 years of experience who are putting in.
No, that's right. Yeah, it's an edge issue. So colleagues, I don't want to put you too much on the spot. We don't have to make a decision today, but I do think that I'd love for us to start to express how we're leaning now. I can start, but I don't need to get in front of you. Who would like to begin?
I was very skeptical about FPPA at first. But they did a good presentation from FPPA and CRA. And one of my questions for CRA is that, will this significantly undermine your ability to provide retirement for those of us in CRA? And he said, oh, no. He wasn't worried at all. Maybe it's just because of the size of our county. I don't know. But so I was impressed with the FPPA presentation. And then after your presentation today, I'm inclined to support it. I do recognize the budget constraints. So am I allowed to say where I'm?
That's what I'm asking for.
Okay, all right. I'm looking more at the 50-50 match as opposed to the county fully funding the 1.9%, because that would be a tough sell, I think, to our constituents.
Yeah, that's completely fair.
Recognizing the budget situation, I think that meeting in the middle is a very fair, like it's above, like where we would want you guys to be. I think just having that partnership
Oh,
in
well,
it.
if it's above where you want us to
No,
be, then.
But I think it's important to note, like back to Ron's interview, right? Like there's 5 sheriff's offices right now that are hindering on what our decision is going to be
Right.
with this. And we're surrounded by everyone that has it. So I mean, really, as far as professionalizing the organization and being a leader in that, I mean, it does go to that. I mean, I know that from the sheriff's office conferences I've been to, that's a huge, everyone's really watching what we've done with that. Yeah. So, but also to highlight the amount of critical incidences that we've had in this circumstance. Like, I mean, Holly comes to us from Douglas County, right? I mean, that's 400 to 500 people. We have a core group of 12 people that are involved with this constant action to action to action. I mean, and it has its toll on folks. So, I mean, it's just important for me, like one of the number one things is our mental health. And then 2, to being able to have something to fall back on, right? Because this line of work is a lot different than, these days are hard. And then, I mean, the meetings we had this morning are really hard when we have folks come in and they look like zombies after what they've just experienced, right? So it definitely has a toll on folks. So I appreciate you guys taking the time to think about this because it is a big deal to our folks. So, but I know from speaking with people, like I'm at the 20-25 year range of law enforcement, and there are a lot of people that are now mid-level managers, lieutenants, and they are interested in coming here if we're able to get that. So, Captain Rubin's in a different circumstance with that, but it is a bigger draw to sergeants from other agencies to that. I mean, the pays that's when the community is important to see is like the mountains and the scenery and although we've kind of have the city stuff going on right now anyway, but yeah.
I think it's also just culture is a huge part of it
It
too,
is.
right? I mean, people will speak with deputies, sergeants, investigators from our agency, and we have nothing but good things to say about the command staff here in this agency. And that goes a long way because like when our guys are constantly going to outside trainings, right? And they're with 5, 10, 15 different other agencies from all over the place, like people see that our guys are happy and that they want to be here, right? So like that helps attract, like this is just going to help so much more.
Well, and what I like about your presentation and your argument is that you're not stuck hiring, Joe Blow. You can actually hire the people you want to hire if you're getting that many more applicants.
Exactly. And that's the ultimate goal. So.
Jody, do you want to go next or do you want me to?
I can go next. I mean, I appreciate exactly why you guys want to do this. My husband was at the mine. They froze his pension and they went to the 401k. He wishes he was still on the pension plan just because that's a guaranteed thing. And in today's times with the markets and all the stuff, you don't know, we go into a recession and stock market tanks, there goes your retirement and you see all the scary stories, which is what we're all kind of stuck in. As a part of this board, I look at the cost too, and that's one thing that I've been interested in just wanting to make sure that this is something that we can handle. We have other staff. When I got this job, I was actually shocked. It was only 4%. That's what we offer. But then I also see we're spending the taxpayers' money too. So we are stuck in this place right now that we want to offer so much more to everybody but we've got to find ways to be able to pay for it. So I know Rebecca and I don't take a lot of the benefits just to save the county money too. So but
Because we have husbands who have health insurance.
we do, but we could be double insured and, take those benefits. But that was one of the things that I wanted to do was try to save the county money. But I also recognize that things are changing and for us to be able to move forward. And I look forward to, where this goes and the people that you can bring in. So I'm in support of it. I do like at least the half and half. I'm not going to commit to the half and half, but yeah. I think that the ball started rolling before we got into office too. When I watched, I'm one of those that had the sign out in my yard and so.
Okay, thank you. I'll share my opinion. A few things I want to address I don't need to do the cliffhanger. I'm leaning towards supporting this as well. Some things I want to address. I think we need to be careful about how we interpret the voice of the people through a ballot measure. And I think if that ballot measure said, shall taxes be increased by this much to fund this program, it wouldn't have been 80%. And I just think it's really important for us to all know that. One of the problems I've had with this conversation is the sort of political aspect of the conversation. I think this is a policy decision that I intend to make based on technical analysis of what's best for the agency and the people in it, and the county in general. So I wanted to get that off my chest. Looking at the technical analysis of what this would cost and what this could do, sitting through CRA and FPPA, just as a person, I'd rather be in CRA. What I think is clear is that you can spend the same amount of time in that plan at the same wage and leave with more money that's yours. And so it's hard for me. I spent some time trying to wrap my head around why law enforcement folks really like this pension plan, because I hear FPPA saying that if you leave before you're eligible for retirement, they're going to take your employer contribution and you don't get it. You only get half of what was in there. And I wouldn't like that. And I wouldn't want to be in that plan. And I actually, for what it's worth, like just looking strictly at the costs and the risk to us as an employer and the fact that forever there's an organization that can drive our costs in a system that is healthy with respect to law enforcement and emergency services and unhealthy and proven to be a bad model in every other context. There are a lot of reasons why I have been very hesitant for the years that I have been. All of that said, I think sometimes you just got to look at the labor market you're in and what the people want and not try to make decisions for them, but hear them talk about what they want and support them. And I do believe that the vast majority of the people that might come work here, especially the ones we really want to get, the people that are already in an agency, that's already in FPPA when they've been building towards their pension, want this and they want to see us have it, and it'll help us recruit specifically the people that we want to recruit. And so for that reason, I think I am going to support this as well. Where I differ from you two, my read of the survey is that we do not need to pay half of the CRC in order.
That's what I was saying. I'm not committing to that.
Yeah, I would rather see us, the survey makes it pretty clear in my mind. Folks say that without even with them paying the CRC, they want this. And so I don't think we need to take on that additional risk. It's almost, it takes an increase. It's almost 50% more for us to get in there. And so I would like to see us consider, and I'd like to see us move forward with an action session to formally say that we're ready to move in here without paying anything. And that's my opinion. Maybe we can debate that.
Well, we would be paying 6 point.
Without paying the additional 1.9%.
And that's something we can always go back to, right?
Don't
The
know.
1 point.
I don't know. I think we have to decide on the cost share up front. I don't know from FPPA, but I'd imagine they would want us playing games.
So that's a forever.
Yes, so once you get into that binding resolution, I think that's right, binding resolution agreement, that decision has to be made. So that's not something you can go back and forth on. So once it's made, it's final.
But CRC is not forever. But again, we don't have any idea on the timeline. It could be a couple years and we're fine, but it's an agency by agency actuarial decision made by FPPA. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So let's continue to try to hash that out in our action session. I think it's pretty clear that we're gonna go ahead and support taking that next step with the knowledge that feels pretty darn binding. I don't want to sit here and tell everybody we're gonna take that next step and then rip the rug out 6 months later, right? That would be a mistake. Some more things that I just want to make really clear as we approach this decision. There are a lot of other needs in the sheriff's office. And I just saw Clarissa nod because we eliminated her half-time person the other day. I've heard about the need for another patrol sergeant. A lot of technology needs that are in our budget request. I know that we're not in a position to say yes to everything. What I'm hearing you all say is that this is your top priority. And I just want to make it clear that that's what I'm hearing and the difference, our draft budget has $23 million in proposed expenses and $29 million in requested expenses from across the organization. We're not gonna be able to say yes to very much of that difference between 23 and 29. So I just want to set expectations clearly now on that. And I want to talk about how this is going to impact the way I think about the jail. The more we make financial commitments in advance of conversations like the jail where there's potential for really, really significant savings. Every step we take to increase costs before that makes how I rank all of the different factors in a decision like that, it makes the financial outcomes of that decision more and more important. And so I just like, I want to share that as well. I really think it's important to set expectations clearly here. And Isaac, I see your hand is up.
Am I able to ask a question? Why do you think that there's potential for massive savings in the jail?
Because when I look at our daily rate, and this is what, I mean, we're paying somebody to do better than what I can do on the back of a napkin. But when I look at our daily rate, that we're charging the feds, if we were to apply that daily rate to our inmate load, it's like $1.5 million less than we currently pay. And that's before you think about capital. But all I'm doing is speculating, right?
So are you saying that if we got rid of the Marshall contract, that would be a savings?
No, all I'm doing is sharing some speculation on, I think one of the very possible outcomes is that we see that closing the jail saves us a significant amount of money. Once we're in FPPA, it'll be even more.
Yeah, and I think to answer your question more fully is that we've been told that the jail needs significant upgrades. So the capital needed to do that is an issue. And actually we have, you might have missed it, but we have just approved an assessment of basically our jail and what it would cost to lease jail space elsewhere. And that's factoring in everything, including, you know, sheriffs having to transport prisoners over to another jail and still having to pay for their medical or whatever.
So I just want to kind of curb expectations with that.
Okay, thank you.
Because I've delved into this topic very heavily. I've written a paper on it that I don't think you all have seen. We're going to spend $150,000 potentially on a company doing this study. And I think the answers they're going to provide are not going to be very different from what my paper has to offer.
Okay.
I think that the expectation of not having a holding facility at all here is unrealistic. Yes, yesterday we had 10 bookings.
So I'm gonna just interrupt if you don't mind.
Please.
This is not an agended topic.
Okay.
We're gonna focus on the FPPA and the retirement only today. The board's already determined and approved the jail study. I think this discussion and indeed your paper and any additional things will come up at a later date.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
Please feel free to share that. Thank you.
And the reason that the reason I brought it up within the context of FPPA is just that we're about to commit to a significant increase in expenditure. And we just had a sheriff's candidate talk, and I really appreciated the way he talked about how in a constrained environment, you only get to choose so many things. Sheriff's office is making it clear that this is the top priority. I'm ready to support that. And I just want everybody to know, because good relationships are about saying things up front. And I want everybody to know that in my mind, when I say, okay, yeah, we'll support this being the top priority, what that means in my mind as we look at other things. And we will see what the outcome of that analysis is, and we will react to it then. So.
Yeah, well, as the sheriff's office, right, speaking for us in our budget, we're gonna make sure to, and have these tough decisions, prioritize what is a priority, what's not, and be willing to meet on that as well. We don't expect to get everything that we've asked for, and we've internally started looking at prioritizing of what asks that we put in that budget for next year. What exactly is a priority and meeting those needs and discussing it as a group, so.
Yeah. Okay, I think like, let me just make sure that the direction is clear. We want an action session on, without over specifying, a future meeting just available. Right. The earliest that we can fit it into the agenda. Does that sound reasonable? How would you add
To
that?
discuss adopting FPPA.
Correct.
Yep.
To take action. Yeah. Okay. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Just need to determine.
Let's do a short recess.
Yep.
5-10 minutes. Okay, we are back on the record. We have one executive session to do. Therefore, Peter, I move us into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224B, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to the anticipated vacancy in the position of the sheriff of Clear Creek County and related appointment to fill that vacancy.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. The board will adjourn into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. And we will return here solely to adjourn the meeting. There's
And one additional thing, did we go off? Are we still on the record?
We're still on the record.
Okay, the executive session that is actually listed on the agenda is not occurring.
Thank you.
So that you know.
The exec session.
Board has concluded its executive session. No written minutes were kept, no decisions were made, and we are adjourned. Thanks, everybody.